Good morning. This is the sentencing of the Parkland school shooter. I'm Janine Stanwood alongside our legal analyst David Weinstein. This is day 2 of the defense's case to try to spare the shooter's life. Yesterday in court was quite a day.
It was. I mean, the defense opened up with a lot of promises. We talked about this yesterday. Let's see if they can come through on the promises that they made. In some ways, it was almost a closing argument, but that's what happens when you defer your opening until after the states presented their case. You get an opportunity not only to open to the jurors and tell them what's going on, but in some ways try to rebut what they just heard from the prosecution. She didn't deny the evidence that was presented, as graphic as it was, proving that he killed 17 people, assaulted 17 more, and that the state proved not that she didn't admit that they proved them, but certainly that they submitted evidence that might be considered by the jurors as proving the aggravating factors. And then from there, she started to lay out what the defense was expected to do, and we heard from 3 of their first witnesses.
Well, we heard from 3 people who had close ties either to the defendant or his family, basically laying out the case to eventually then hear from some expert witnesses. We expect to hear a little bit more about fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, which they say the defendant suffers from. We heard from a woman who said she did drugs and alcohol and prostituted herself while she was pregnant with the defendant, setting up their case that he suffered some sort of brain damage because of that. And then also, it was just stunning to see and to hear from the defendant's biological half-sister. The second time the 2 of them have ever even been in a room with each other.
Well, according to her own testimony, she saw him once when he was born and then again today. And part of their exchange was not lost on the families of the next of kin who were in there. Again, they saw the 2 of them exchanging pleasantries with each other, smiling, talking back and forth, something they're never going to be able to do with their own family.
In a way, they almost looked like they were looking at them with disgust. We have audio in the courtroom. Let's take a listen.
Ready to proceed and bring the jury in.
Your Honor, can I bring something up
Sure.
before bringing the jury?
Okay.
I reviewed the material that we received about what new material was going to Dr. Connor and Dr. Holmes.
Okay.
And I was talking to Ms. Giappone. There's no way we can take 3 depositions on Thursday of Dr. Danziger, Dr. Connor, and Dr. Holmes. We can do Connor's, and because I'll take his deposition, and Ms. Giappone can take Scully Danziger's. But I'd like another time to digest all the stuff so I can prepare to take Dr. Holmes' deposition. I'm available like on Labor Day. I'm willing to do Labor Day, or I think everybody's busy on the 6th, but the 7th, 8th, and 9th when we're off, I can do it then.
Judge, the defense isn't available the 7th, 8th, and 9th. We told the court that that's why we don't have court in session.
Okay.
She can do Labor Day. She can do Labor Day. We're fine with that.
Labor Day's fine?
Yep.
Good.
All right.
Judge, I'm sorry, we need a, I can fill it out and then just give it to you, but apparently the transport order that we have for Ms. Woodard, it says at the bottom that she's supposed to go back when she's done, but I just texted with Mr. Savanas from VSO, and he said you have to do an order to transport her back, otherwise she won't go back.
Okay, that's no problem.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may I bring up one other thing briefly?
Okay.
May I approach? Given the copy of this is dated, it's just, it looks a lot longer than it is. It's only 2 pages. It's a request for clarification on the redactions to the perpetuated testimony.
I put the order. I put the redacted copy in a written form in an order, and I'm just waiting for it to be sent to me so I can sign off on it.
Okay, and the only reason to bring it up is because if there are no further redactions, then I believe that decision would essentially be a de facto decision on the Swastika motions that are pending before the court, and so I just wanted to try to clear that up before we go forward, because it's going to affect the defense presentation.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Were my redactions where I took a black pen and marked out everything that was supposed to be redacted, was something unclear about that?
No, ma'am. There was a section that involved Mr. Marcus asking Ms. Browd about swastikas and showing her photographs of the rifle and the boots with the swastikas on it. and showing her drawings and writings taken from Nick's cell that included similar imagery, as well as him asking her questions from school records that hadn't been placed into evidence. So I just reiterated those objections in the 2-page motion I just handed the court, and I just am bringing that to the court's attention because I wanted to be absolutely clear that I was maintaining my objections to those things and just wanted to make sure that...
There was no mention when we had this hearing of swastikas being talked about in this deposition. The only thing that you objected to in this particular portion of the transcript was Mr. Marcus. You said he was testifying, that he was improperly questioning her with hearsay, that he was asking her about things that she had no knowledge of because she had cut off contact with the family at this time. Nobody ever said anything about swastikas, so I didn't even look for that.
Okay, and I'm sorry. My memory is that I did, and I take the court at its word. But that was the crux of what the argument I was trying to make, because it is a major issue, because it's been the subject of pending motions for quite some time.
Defense objection, page 158, line 10 through page 174. Defendant arguing hearsay, not relevant. State is testifying because the witness was not aware of any of the things being asked. That was the argument that you set forth. State argument. Defendant has waived objection. Ms. Browd is portrayed as an expert on Nikolas Cruz and Linda Cruz up until a certain age. The state argued that they were cross-examining her on her knowledge of the Cruz family, and it's in response to testimony that Linda Cruz was an ineffective parent. That is the sum of the argument that was made by both sides. So you didn't bring that up. I'm not prepared to bring it up right now. I did my part. If you want to file another motion, that's fine, but I don't know what to tell you. It's not going to happen right now. We have the jurors ready to come in.
I understand that. I believe that what I've handed the court, what I've provided, the state gives the court all the information that the court needs to make that decision. I understand that you don't want to make it now, but I believe that this is sufficient because it outlines the objections and it has the page numbers attached to it.
State, are you opposing what they're asking for? Or are you in agreement?
Well, based on what the court just said, I don't think that the record would be clear. The state had filed a motion, SF-202, state's motion for pretrial ruling on admissibility of rebuttal evidence. So that included the swastika evidence. And as you may recall, Dr. Brannon testified in that hearing. We technically do not have a ruling on that motion. So in the Finney Browd testimony, when we did the perpetuated testimony, I did cross-examine about materials that I hoped would be admissible, which included the swastika.
In rebuttal?
Well, no, this was cross-examination of their witness. It is the state's argument. I'm not trying to argue it. I'm just trying to give an outline of what it was. That it was my argument that the defense had opened the door through cross-examination on the direct case, through the testimony of Finney Browd, that the door was open to rebut, and including to rebut the mental health defense with the antisocial personality argument that the state would be making in full in rebuttal. As part of that antisocial personality, it included the swastika evidence. And now that the defense had what they had done, it would be open now to introduce in cross-examination. So that's what the state did. Now, right now we're in an even different stage. The defense has completely opened the door to the mental health testimony, antisocial personality. We're not even yet at the point where Finney Browd is testifying, so whatever else is presented to further open that door as to mental health, which the state can rebut. The state argument was that the swastika evidence is part of antisocial personality. I think the defense argument was that it's too prejudicial. But at any rate, the court, given the court's remarks just now that you didn't fully consider that when ruling on the named route, I think the court has to do that before Ms. Brown's testimony is presented.
I agree. And I'm not trying to argue either, but both sides told me, Judge, you don't even have to read this depo, because we can walk you through it. It's easy and most of it's agreed to, and then no one brought this issue up. I'm doing the best I can. I know you all are too, but it's frustrating when I have to now go back and do another order.
I apologize if I misled you.
That you didn't.
I think I did when I think about it, because the first part of it I thought was pretty, we agreed on a lot of it. It wasn't until my cross-examination that it got more contentious.
It was both sides. I'm sure no one did it on purpose, but I didn't read that. I didn't read those specifics. I read the parts that were pointed out to me, and I wasn't focused on the mention of the swastikas. Now I am made aware. I've been made aware of it, and I will consider the arguments that were made by both sides in the hearing that we had regarding the swastika material, and I'll try to fashion an order over lunch. But I agree, she can't testify until I figure that out, okay? Do you have certain page numbers that you want me to look at?
They're attached to that pleading that I have, Your Honor.
Okay.
The content that I wrote is literally only 2 pages. The remainder of it is the transcript pages 157 through 174.
But the swastika information is not mentioned all through there.
It's mentioned probably 5 times.
Okay, where?
I can tell you in just a second.
Judge, we could do a word search and give that to you between witnesses if you'd like, if you don't want to keep the jury waiting.
Sure.
Yeah, I can. If you want to hand me your copy back, I'll highlight them and give them back to you, Your Honor.
That sounds good, thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Are the jurors ready?
Yes.
And you have your next witness ready, defense?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we're gonna bring in the jury.
Judge, the state will invoke the rule.
Okay, the rule of sequestration has been invoked. I would ask both sides, if you have anybody that is present in court that is also a witness, please advise them now what the rule means and what the guidelines are, or rules are.
Your Honor, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
About that? This is being televised,
Okay,
so
so,
there may be people
oh, that's a good point.
watching.
So do you want me to, well, this is what I'm going to do. I think both sides need to contact their witnesses and let them know that not only can they not sit in court and listen to the testimony of other witnesses, but they also cannot watch it on TV because it's the same thing.
Right. So
There's no way that I can control that, so I'm going to leave it up to the lawyers
no, I understand.
to let their witnesses know.
Right. Is that including, maybe the defense wants to, maybe we can, well, the mental health experts, maybe they want, because oftentimes mental health experts are allowed to listen to.
Well, sure, that's an exception. Are you asking that your mental health experts be allowed to listen to the other testimony?
Yes, Judge, consistent with the rules.
And State, are you asking for the same?
Yeah, that's why I mentioned that
Yes, sir.
they might want to do that too. So, but, there's a whole bunch of witnesses that we all have to contact. Most of our witnesses already testified.
Okay,
So, and the defense can speak for themselves, but I'm sure they have people all over that may be watching this, so.
I understand. And the rule has just been invoked for the first time during this trial, the rule of sequestration. Quite frankly, I hadn't thought of the fact that this is being televised, so essentially you can watch this from your own living room. So if either side feels they need a few minutes this morning to contact their witnesses, or if you want to have one person from your respective side step out and contact the witnesses while we start, we can do it either way.
So we can start doing that, Judge, but we have about 80 witnesses. So we can start doing that process, certainly tell them to stop watching TV, not to...
Well, they don't have to stop watching TV, but don't watch the trial.
The trial, that's
And
right.
explain to them that they can't listen to the testimony of other witnesses, and if they do, the state can cross-examine them on it and say,
I understand.
you know, so I know you have 80 witnesses, but you're the one that invoked the rule, so you...
I didn't invoke the rule, Judge.
Who did?
The state did.
Okay,
We didn't think it was
I invoked the
necessary.
rule, the state motioned to invoke the rule. You know, this is something that should have been anticipated, so...
We don't have any problem contacting our witnesses, Judge. We didn't invoke the rule because we wanted people to be here that needed support when they testified. So we can certainly start making those phone calls. We don't have a problem with that. I'm just letting the court know it's a lot of calls to make, but we will set it in motion. And I believe that Ms. O'Shea has already spoken to the witnesses that will be testifying first. And then when the other witnesses that are on deck, we'll reach out to them immediately.
Or you can give me a list of who you're going to call, and I'll read the names and say, if you're listening, if you're observing this trial, you need to turn it off. You're not allowed to do that. It might be quicker.
We can consider that, Judge.
I mean, I can tell you, well, the rule wasn't invoked yesterday, but I believe there was a gentleman that was here also for the motion to compel by the state. He had dark brown hair, kind of like a blonde cut.
That's Richard Moore, and he's been out. He's been here during a lot of the proceedings to support Mr. Cruz. But he is, in fact, a listed witness, so I understand the state's concern.
But the rule wasn't invoked, so
That's fine.
you're not in violation. But if you know of any witnesses that are that, well, let me just say this. If there is any witness that intends to testify in this courtroom in the matter of the state of Florida versus Nikolas Cruz, you may not watch this trial proceeding. You could conceivably be asked about it by either lawyer, either the defense or the state, and if you're under oath, when you're under oath, you're going to have to tell the truth, and you're going to have to admit whether or not you have been watching this proceeding. Watching this proceeding, this trial in your own living room is the same thing as being in the courtroom. So if you are doing that, you need to turn it off. If you don't turn it off, then you're going to be in violation of a court order, and your testimony could be compromised. Your ability to testify could be compromised.
Would you add on that doesn't include the mental health experts?
This does not include any mental health expert, any expert witness that is going to be testifying for either the state or the defense. Those individuals are permitted under Florida law and by agreement of the parties in this case, so it does not need to be litigated to listen, and that is appropriate. But fact witnesses, lay witnesses are not permitted to listen in, to be in here, and to consider the testimony of any other witness. So listening in court would be considering the testimony of other witnesses. You will be asked about that. Please turn the computer off or the TV off and do not participate in this proceeding until it's your time to testify.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm sort of talking to the air because I don't know who I'm talking to. Okay. Is there anything else?
Nothing from the defense, Your Honor.
All right, we're
Nothing
gonna
from
go.
the state, Your Honor.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and bring in the jury. So to explain what just happened, the state invoked the rule of sequestration, which means if you're a witness, you can't be in the courtroom, you can't listen, you can't watch anything on TV. That was not the case before.
Correct. I mean, the rule exists, and the intent of the rule is to prevent some other witness from hearing somebody's testimony, couching their testimony, making it bend or break away from testimony that was received. Traditionally, that rule is invoked as soon as you begin testimony, and that means no witnesses can be in the courtroom. Here in 2022, the rule takes on a whole new meaning, as you heard the judge explain. You don't need to be in the courtroom. You can be in your own living room. So now they're on notice.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The members of the jury are present. Everyone may be seated. The lawyers are present. The defendant is present. And defense, whenever you're ready, you may call your next witness. Thank you.
Your Honor, the defense calls Ms. Ann Fisher.
Ann Fisher. Good morning. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You can go ahead and be seated. And when you're comfortably seated, please speak into the microphone and state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
My name is Anne Marie Fisher, Fischer.
Good morning, Ms. Fisher. Thank you
Good
for being
morning.
here. Can you tell us where you're currently employed, please?
Currently
Yes, ma'am.
at St. Thomas More Academy in Boynton Beach, Florida.
Okay, and what do you do there?
I'm the director of the school.
Okay, and is that for a particular age group, or is it a
That
K through
school
12?
has 2 years through 5 years. They leave us to go to kindergarten.
Okay, so early education.
Yep.
Early childhood. Okay, and how long have you worked there?
It will be 5 years in October.
Okay, and before then, where did you work?
At Children's Carousel in Weston, Florida.
Okay, and what was your role at that school?
I was director of that school as well.
Okay, and before that school?
Young Minds Learning Center.
Okay, now I understand that that was a long time ago, but do you have any idea when you worked there?
I was brought on with the new ownership, and I know they had some delays, but it was in 1999.
Okay, and what was your role at Young Minds Learning Center?
Director.
Okay, and tell me a little bit about your education, your formal education.
I have an associate degree in early education from Johnny Logan College in Southern Illinois.
And do you hold any certifications through the state of Florida?
I have my director's credential and my VPK director's credential and the early education credential.
Okay, and I know that primarily you have an administrative role right now, but did you ever in fact teach?
I taught prior to Young Minds at the school that was prior to Young Minds. I worked there from 1985 until I went to Young Minds, and I was first teacher, and then I was assistant director in the owner's absence.
Okay, so you've been involved in early childhood education since about 1985?
Yep, I graduated in college in 1985.
Okay, and I understand that you have an academic degree, but during the last 27 so years, have you done additional training in early childhood?
To meet with the county or the state standards, I've had to do increase like VPK credentials and other courses that they require directors and owners to have.
And have you continued to do that over the last 27 years?
Yep.
In some capacity?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
And over the course of approximately 27 years, how many children do you think you've either taught or you've been the director of the school in which they attended?
Hundreds, probably near 1,000.
Okay. So I'd like to draw your attention to the time that you were at Young Minds Learning Center, and you believe that was around 1999? Mm-hmm. Yes?
Yeah, the owner of Young Minds was a parent at my previous school and asked me if I would be her director at her school.
Do you know approximately how long you were at Young Minds?
About a little over 5 years.
Okay, and that entire time as a director?
Yes.
Okay. And what type of school is Young Minds Learning Center?
Young Minds was a preschool. We started with 6-week-olds, and the children left us to go to kindergarten, and we had an after-school program there.
Okay. And was this a private preschool or
Family owned.
Okay. And it was regulated through the state of Florida?
Yes.
Okay. Had all the proper certifications that you would need to? Mm-hmm. Yes?
Yes.
And did you follow any type of educational curriculum?
We followed, it was a developmental age appropriate and high scope.
High scope? Mm-hmm. Yes? So I keep repeating yes or no to you, and I'm just doing that because Ms. Bailey, she's recording everything that we're saying.
Okay.
And she can't record
Here.
it, so I don't mean to interrupt you. And do you remember how the classes were structured back in the late 1990s?
As far as the school
Yes.
or per children? Yes, the school had 6 classrooms.
And how were they designated?
It was 6 years to 1 year old.
6 months?
6 weeks, sorry, 6 weeks to 1 year old. Then 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 4, and 4 to 5.
And did the number of students to teacher ratio change depending on the age group?
The infant room had 8 children with 2 teachers. The 1 year old room had 18 children with 3 teachers. The 2 year old room had 21 children, I believe, with 3 teachers. And the 3 to 4 had 20 children with 2 teachers, and so did pre-K.
Okay. So I'd like to draw your attention to a family called the Cruz family. And the parents were Linda and Roger Cruz. Do you remember Linda and Roger Cruz?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember their children, Zachary and Nikolas Cruz?
Mm-hmm. Yes, I do.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Sure.
Ms. Fisher, I'm going to show you what has previously been marked for identification by the defense as 1H, 1I, and 1J. I'm going to ask you if you recognize these photos. The first photo I'm going to show you is 1H. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes.
I don't want you to describe it, but how do you recognize that photo?
It's a school and a classroom in Young Minds.
Okay. And do you recognize any of the children in that photo?
His name is Tristan, and that is Nikolas.
Do you believe that this photo accurately reflects that classroom in that time period at Young Minds School?
I believe so.
I'm going to show you 1I. Do you recognize this photograph, ma'am?
That's Mary Van Hamel. She was the owner with her husband of Young Minds Learning Center.
Okay, and do you recognize the child in that photograph?
Nicholas.
And does that photograph accurately reflect that time period in which the photograph would have been taken and the people that are in it?
Yes.
Now I'm going to show you photograph 1J. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize that photograph?
The Cruz family.
Okay. And does the individuals that are in that photograph accurately reflect the individuals that you remember from that time period?
Yeah, Mr. and Mrs. Nicholas and Zachary.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time the defense would move in 1J, 1I, and 1H.
Is there any objection from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, states 1H without objection will be received as, defense 1H will be received without objection as defense 9, defense 1I will be received without objection as defense 10, and defense 1J will be received without objection as defense 11.
So while the clerk marks those, I'm just going to ask you a couple more questions. If you could just let me know when they're available. Do you remember Nikolas Cruz as a student at Young Minds Learning Center?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And as your role as the director of that particular school, what would your responsibilities have been for not only Nikolas, but all the other students?
In general, is to provide them a safe and learning environment, make sure they, their paperwork meets the criteria of Department of Children and Family Services, to observe the classrooms and the teachers, to make sure they're providing an age-appropriate classroom learning environment.
Okay. And were you also responsible, for making referrals if you observed any developmental issues or behavioral issues?
Yes, I did, with a program called Fiddlers, and the same thing as Early Steps and Child Find. If I saw a child that had some kind of delays in any way, without being the professional of that regard to be able to diagnose them or be able to provide them help, I would send them for assessments.
Okay. So let me show you some of these pictures that I had you identify earlier. This is Defense Exhibit 9. Okay. Can you tell us can you see it on your screen?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Can you, I don't want you, if you recognize any of the other children, I would ask that you don't give us their last name, but do you recognize anybody in that picture that's in this courtroom?
Besides Nikolas?
Yeah, just Nikolas.
Yeah.
Okay. And
Yes.
which one's Nikolas?
Nikolas is in the red chair sitting with what looks like overalls on, with his back to the wall.
Mr. Ian, could you please show Ms. Fisher how she can mark that? Mhm. Okay. So you've now drawn a blue circle around the child that you've identified as Nikolas Cruz, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember this class setting?
Yes, it is.
Do you remember what age group this was?
This, I believe, was the 1 to 2 year old room. Like right over by the blue would be the door, and that's the wall as you go in.
Okay. So all of these other children would have been around the same age as Nikolas?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I'm now going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 10. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
Okay, who was in this photograph?
Nikolas Cruz and the owner of Young Minds, Mary Van Hamel.
Okay, and do you know approximately how old Nikolas was in this photograph?
I would say in the same age range, approaching near 2. I'm not positive.
Okay, that's fine. And the director of the program, was she also there a lot on the campus?
Was she on? No, she worked about 3 days a week.
So you would kind of run the place, and if there were any issues, you would go to her?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes. I did the operations of the school, and she did more of the financing.
Okay. And I'm now going to show you what's been marked as 11, Defense 11. Do you recognize the individuals in this photograph?
Yes, I do.
Okay, can you please tell us who's in this photograph?
Nikolas Cruz is closer to Linda, and Zachary Cruz is beside him.
Okay. And who are the individuals that are behind?
Their parents.
And do you remember their names?
Linda and Roger.
Okay. Did you ever meet Roger Cruz?
I met Roger, but just a very few times.
Okay.
I would say maybe 5 at the most.
Do you have any specific recollections about him during the times that you met him?
No, he just every so often he would pick up with Linda. I think once he might have come by himself.
And you obviously recognize Linda.
Linda, I interacted with more.
Okay. Was she the primary parent that picked
Yes.
Nikolas up? Okay. And can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury your recollections of Miss Linda Cruz?
Linda Cruz. When Linda came to enroll Nikolas, I was questioning the exact for sure relationship, but I know she wanted to put her son in a school and to provide him with a learning environment. And I think as a mother, she did the best she could with the means and knowledge that she had.
So you have no doubt that Linda and Roger Cruz deeply loved their son, Zachary Cruz.
Linda would give the kids the world as she could, and she did her best to do so.
You had just mentioned that you questioned the relationship. What relationship did you question?
I wasn't for sure when Nikolas first started, if he was adopted or not. It took Linda a while to warm up with me.
Okay.
Because the more that Nikolas was there, the more I saw some signs of possible issues, and it took a few times to meet with her and discuss with her to get her accepted, and then she finally opened up to me to let me know about Nikolas being adopted and his upbringing from that.
And we'll get to that, but did Linda, prior to that, ever advise you that Nikolas was adopted or anything about his birth mother?
Not in the beginning, no.
Okay. And as a director of an educational program, is important that not only you as the director, but the educators have all the information that they can about a child.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I've learned it along the way.
Sure.
So that, like, from that point on, when I compose enrollment papers, I have a lot more questions to get more of the prehistory of the child before they start.
Why is the prehistory important to you, Ms. Fisher?
Just to know their background and to see if it relates to any issues that we might come across, and to know if this their first time in a preschool, anywhere from where their first experience to if their parent went full term in pregnancy.
Okay. So you rely on the parents to provide you with this information? Mm-hmm. Yes?
Yes, yes.
And you want this information because it assists you and your teachers in providing the best education.
Be able to give us as much of the child's information and history as we can to be able to work with the child for them to prosper and benefit.
Okay. So you had a lot of contact with Linda, and some conferences with Linda?
Yes.
Okay. So did you have special needs children, what we now call ESE students? Are you familiar with that term?
I am familiar with that term, but if I saw signs of children with issues, I would do the screening as I did with Nikolas.
Okay.
We wouldn't provide a per se ESE environment for them. They would get picked up in the system and get the help they need outside the preschool, or sometimes not so much with Nikolas, not that many years ago, like now they'll have therapists come to the school to help the children.
Okay, so your school does not provide any special needs services independent of what is brought in or what you refer out? Okay, but you obviously have your eyes open the entire time.
Yes.
Okay, so I'd like to talk about that. Of the, I think you said hundreds or thousands of students that you have taught, how is it that you specifically remember Nikolas Cruz?
I don't just remember Nikolas. I remember many of the kids.
Okay.
And my goal as a director is to set the strongest foundation possible for my kids to grow, because they're our future. And I want to be able to have them, reach the sky if they can. And when I see someone like Nikolas or many of the other students that I've come across their paths, or we come into the same paths, I try to be able to get the help that he needs. And I did my what I would call maybe now prevention. I thought maybe Nikolas had a hearing problem, and when he was in the 1-year-old room, the chairs are built into the table. So I would go up and kind of whisper behind him to see if I would get a response. And sometimes I did, sometimes I didn't, so I wasn't even for sure it was hearing. But I saw Nikolas had trouble with social interaction.
Okay. And we're going to get into that, but tell me how you would describe Nikolas, as you're saying he started around the 1-year-old until you left before he left. Is that accurate?
That's what I believe.
Okay. And we all understand this is a long time ago. Mm-hmm. So we're not holding you to any particular timeline. Just do your best. How would you describe Nikolas as a young child?
I think Nikolas was very cared for as far as his home and connection to him. he was in a loving environment home that tried their best. As Nikolas developed and grew more at the school, you would see all areas, in my opinion, he was delayed in. He was delayed in independent skills. He was delayed in language. He was delayed gross motor, fine motor.
Okay. Did you ever see him happy?
I see him happy sometimes.
Okay.
And then a lot of times I saw him, most time, that's what I remember him, there was no real expression of emotion.
Okay. Let's talk about some of these behaviors that concern you, so you did the referral that we'll tell the ladies and gentlemen of jury about in a few minutes. What observations do you have in reference to Nikolas's behavior during the time period that you observed him?
Nikolas, in all different areas, Nikolas would hand feed himself because he couldn't.
So let me, I'd like to go in steps. So let's just talk first about his behavior, if you don't
Okay,
mind.
behavior.
Yes.
He was, he isolated himself a lot. He would go sit in a corner and just observe. He didn't know how to socially interact with others. Sometimes, because of his language delays, and this is pretty normal for anybody that age with language delays, it was easier to use your hands because you didn't have the words to express yourself.
So in your opinion, based on your years in early education and your education, was his behavior a form of communication?
For some part, and then sometimes it was, I would say for the most part, the pushing and grabbing the toys, it was because he didn't know how to express himself or have the social interaction knowledge.
You just said aggression. Tell us about that aggression, what it looked like.
If somebody else had a toy that Nikolas wanted, he would just go up and grab the toy or hit the child's hand to get the toy or the object. Sometimes he, when the teacher was trying to work with him, like trying to get him to use the spoon and not use his hand, is one incident I remember when he hit the teacher's hand away, just because it wasn't I don't know the real reason. He knows the real reason, not me, if it was he couldn't handle it or he was confused, I'm not sure.
Okay. Did he hit other children?
Yes.
Okay. And he took things away from other children when he wanted it?
Yes.
Okay. Did he kick other students?
He did not go up per se and kick a child. He had tantrums a lot where he just got overstimulated or stressed out, and he would just start like hitting, kicking, or if he was on the floor, he would be kicking his feet. Okay. But it wasn't purposely going up and kicking a child. It was part of the tantrum.
What about biting? Do you ever see him biting?
Nikolas was a late biter.
What does that mean?
Usually when you're approaching 2, the biting stops, but I would say he bit at least, that I can recall, it could be way more, but for sure at least 5 kids. Like one child sat next to him in a chair and he just didn't know what to do. He didn't know how to socially involve himself or what have you, and the child had his arm out and Nikolas spit on him.
You just said that most kids, because it's not unusual for young children to bite, right?
If they don't have the language skills, yeah.
And you say that usually drops off about 2 years old. Is that because they start finding words? Mm-hmm. Yes?
Yep. Yes, sorry.
And Nikolas hadn't found his word yet, is that right?
No, Nikolas just started near 2 to be able to.
You have centers in the classrooms? Do you know what I mean when I'm saying
Yes, I do. The 1-year-old room wasn't confined centers, but there were areas of play.
So there'd be like a block area maybe and then a book area? Okay.
Yeah.
Did Nikolas have a problem transitioning between activities?
Nikolas didn't have, it depended on it. Like Nikolas had issues transitioning to lunch or to snack or outside, especially to playground time or inside to playground time. A lot of times they had to carry him to bring them in.
Did he do better when it was one-on-one with the teacher, or was he fine in a group with a lot of?
Sometimes it was one-on-one, but that was just to try to correct his behavior. But like if the teacher was working with the kids, they were like 3 to 4 kids at a table.
Okay. Was he responsive when you spoke to him?
Hardly ever.
Okay. Do you think he was ignoring you?
But no, he wasn't. He just looked at you. If he looked at you, many times he didn't look at you. If he looked at you, it was just a blank look. Sometimes he just smiled, like he was just confused. And a lot of times it was like no interaction at all.
So you said he would grab toys and was physical with staff and teachers. Do you think Nikolas was a bully based on your observations? Or are kids capable of being a bully at 3 and 4? I don't know. I would not say, in my opinion, I would not say Nikolas was a bully. Nikolas just didn't have the social skills. Okay. So then now let's talk about some of those social skills. You mentioned, would he be able to interact with other students?
He tried to, and sometimes he did. A lot of times he would back off. I'd go in the room a few times, and he would be sitting on the same spot on the wall a lot of times, and just, massaging his wrist kind of thing and watching the kids. But if we put him in, like one of the built-in chairs in the table, he would do like the puzzle or a toy. But if he was on the carpet time, rarely did he go up and participate with a group of kids.
You just said he was massaging his arms. Is that some type of a self-soothing?
I'm assuming so. Okay. I'll say that part. I've never seen that for someone so young. But, I use self-soothing or pacifying. It's just able to calm him down in his way or comfort him.
Okay. And how about his eye contact?
He didn't look at you most of the time when you talked to him.
Okay. If he did play with children, did he have a preference as to older or younger kids? Or do you remember?
I don't remember, nor do I know if I can really answer that question because they were in kids of the same age.
Okay. Now, you had mentioned when somebody was feeding Nikolas with a spoon that he knocked the spoon out of the way? Or maybe
a teacher was trying to get him to be able to eat with a spoon, and he knocked her hand to stop.
Did you observe Nikolas having difficulty with fine motor skills?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us about that, please?
Nikolas had hard time with grasping. Like, we couldn't really get him to color. And every once in a while, he would just take his wrist and kind of go across. We couldn't get him to, hold the crayon properly. And then we were trying to work with him on fine motor, so we were trying to get him activities. I know we did something with little balls for him to see if he could do that. He did that, but we had like these little clothespins, and he couldn't do that.
Were the other children his same age able to do those fine motor skills? Mm-hmm. Now, what about gross motor skills? That's when you're using your whole body, right?
Nikolas would fall a lot, especially running. If he would start off running, he would fall, or if he would stop running, he would fall. He was quick to climb. His legs were always bruised because he's just pounding against the steps and all. Or he would be falling down on the steps to climb up higher to like the slide or the platform that we had.
So was there a lack of coordination based on your observations? Okay. And we've talked a little bit about his communication, and that doesn't just include vocabulary, does it?
What was that? Sorry.
We talked a little bit about communication, but that doesn't just include vocabulary, does it? Or does that to you?
No, there's physical communication and there's language communication.
What's the last thing you said?
Language, vocabulary, and physical.
Okay, so around 3 years old, do you expect an average 3-year-old to be able to communicate?
Yes.
How many words should they have at that time?
I think they can say a full sentence with at least 4 to 5 words.
Okay, so let's take Nikolas at 3 when you were there. Was he able to communicate using words?
I don't recall that for sure.
What about sentences? Was he able to form full sentences?
Nikolas, no. Like even when he was 2 years old, he would point to get out of having to communicate. And that was one of the conversations I had with Linda. Like he would point to a sippy cup that they had on the counter. And instead of trying to say, I want my sippy cup, or even saying sippy cup, he would just point. And, the teachers were working with him. Would you like your sippy cup? Would you like your red sippy cup? And I was trying to get Linda to do that at home, too, to try to build up his vocabulary.
But that in and of itself isn't unusual, right?
No.
The parents kind of step in and say, I know what he's saying, or I know what he wants, right?
Yes.
But at some point, children are supposed to be able to do that independently. Yes. And while you were with Nikolas, did you ever see him able to do that independently? Fully form a sentence, I want my sippy cup, Miss Miss Fisher.
I can't recall that for sure.
That's fine. Sensory issues. Did you ever see any, I don't want to say abnormal, response to any sensory issues that concern you?
We had, if it was something that Nikolas can use hands-on, like in that room, they had Play-Doh a good amount, and he was fine with that, to be able to have something like that. He had sensory issues eating. There were a lot of foods that he didn't eat.
So texture wasn't a problem? No?
No, I mean, it depends. Like Play-Doh he liked, but there were foods and things that even the texture of inside of his mouth, he would just spit it out.
Was he able to feed himself?
By hand. In the 1 to 2 year old room, by hand. And then Linda started catering to it more, where she was packing him lunches that were hand fed, like little sandwiches and things that didn't require spoons and
forks.
Or he didn't really use a fork, but spoon.
How about issues with loud noises or flashing lights or anything like that?
That a lot of times was when Nikolas, if they were having free play or they did this music thing going on or a parachute going on, he couldn't get himself to participate. He actually went out and was wishing he could go out the door. He was always sitting by the door, the wall closest to the door, and just sat there.
Did he appear to be stressed to you or worried, or what behavior were you observing?
I think not knowing for sure what he felt, as far as my experience, I think it was an overwhelming environment for him, and he got himself to step back to make a comfort zone for himself.
Okay. Did you ever see him rocking in the classroom?
He would rock. Sometimes if we talked to him in the high chair, he would rock. And then on the wall, he would be rocking back and forth while he was soothing his arms. Not all the time, but sometimes.
So, and that's either holding himself or just his hands in his lap and going back and forth?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
I mean, yes, sorry.
Okay. And is that another self-soothing kind of behavior, in your opinion?
In my opinion.
Okay. His body, just based on the other children, did anything seem different to you?
That's one of the things, and I don't mean to criticize in any way or make fun of any way, but that's one of the things that I remember most about Nikolas was his body proportions just did not seem normal to me.
Tell me what that means.
His head size didn't go with his body size. His ear size didn't go with his head size.
Okay.
That's what I remember.
So, all of the things that you just described, the other students were doing and Nikolas wasn't. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. So that's when you started to say we need to do something. Yes?
Yes.
So when you initially brought this to Ms. Cruz, Linda Cruz's attention, tell me about that. What you told her and whether or not she was receptive.
I tried the first few times, she didn't, and I can understand that. As a parent, you want your child to be perfect, especially with what she did to become a parent. So a lot of times it's harder for them. And, you know, as I feel a little guilty for Nikolas right now that I didn't provide him the best foundation, that maybe I should have done something more for him to be a better person. But I think she was just trying to say that he would outgrow it. And that came more from her husband because he was a parent. So he had more parenting experience than her. And then I finally said, you know, it's better to have early prevention and get him help now than, you know, later. And that's what I'm a big person about, is early prevention for all kids. So that she finally, I said, it's nothing you did. It's a support system that will help you. And I explained to her, I could be totally wrong. You might go and have him screen and he will be fine. But let's have the professionals assess him.
And that took a while for her to get on board?
A little bit.
Okay. And it was during some of those conversations that you found out additional information that hadn't been provided to you before?
Yeah, that's when she shared with me that Nikolas was adopted.
Okay. And what did that mean to you? How did that change your thoughts or feelings about how you should proceed?
It didn't change or make any difference in my perception of him, because it's just knowing more knowledge of him. He still had the concerns that I had if he was adopted or not adopted.
Okay.
Because my concerns for him were before even knowing he was adopted.
So,
I mean, I wondered about his parents in the age they are with adopting someone that young.
So they were older parents?
Yes, in all honesty, and I don't know if I actually thought for a while, because they seemed much older to me, that it wasn't even quite a legal adoption, and then I was feeling bad that this child had such a rough start in life because of his birth mother to older parent adoption.
But you say that, but you had no doubt about how much they cared and loved about Nikolas.
She totally cared for her boys, totally loved the boys, and did what she could for them that she knew of.
Okay, so once Ms. Cruz gets on board and understands that your intentions are to help her and to help her son, what do you do?
I contacted Fiddlers.
Tell us what that is, please.
Fiddlers is the Florida Department, I think it stands for Florida Department Learning Resources. It's now called Early Steps and Child Find. They divide it into two areas. Early Steps is under 3 years old, and Child Find is above 3 years old. But it's an agency through the government that provides services for children of any kind of issues, if it's behavior or speech or gross motor, any aspect in the child's development that might have issues. They provide assessments, and if they find that the child would benefit from what programs they have to offer, they provide it.
So this is available for any child in Broward County, if there's a referral?
And Broward and probably, I think all of Florida.
Oh, okay.
But it goes by county.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'd like to approach the witness and show her what has been identified as 1K.
You may.
This is a composite, Your Honor. May I approach the witness, please?
You may.
This picture, I'm going to show you some documents that I've previously provided you. Can you please take a look at them and tell me if you recognize them?
By each sheet?
Yes.
The top sheet, I don't recognize.
Okay.
This, I did not see Linda's assessment, but it is the normal parent assessment questionnaire.
Okay, that's part of the Fiddler's referral?
Yes.
Okay. So why don't you pull out what you do believe you're responsible for?
The assessment I did, I don't see,
Okay.
unless I'm missing it. Oh, there it is, sorry, I did miss it.
That's okay, it's a lot of papers.
Okay.
And have you previously had an opportunity to review all of the documentation that you have in front of you?
Yes, I did review this.
Okay, did you review anything else?
I received it, but I just didn't totally review it. I was just going by what my knowledge of him was.
I'm sorry, you went by what?
What my knowledge of him was, what I did, not what others judging him on.
So Judge, at this time, may I have that real quick? The defense would like to move into evidence SBBC 3 and 4. And have that marked for, exhibit, please.
You're not going to call it 1K anymore?
Well, that was for identification, yes. I'm just pulling out the things she didn't recognize.
So it's modified 1K is 2 pages total, is that correct?
Yes.
State, do you need to see these?
I just want to clarify, the only two that pages that Ms. Camille is putting into evidence is SBBC 03 and 04, is that
Yes,
correct? I have no objection, Judge.
Okay, the state's, the defense modified for identification 1K will be received as 12, defense 12, and it is a 2-page document, so we need to put a new sticker on it.
I have a sticker, but I just need, it's not part of this. No.
I have,
She can give you a name.
I don't think that one will peel off the back is what I'm saying.
And then I have the certification of authenticity. For all of the school board records, Judge, then I'm just moving these two documents in particular into the certification.
So it's a 3-page document, defense 1K for identification is a 3-page document including a certification of records and the 2 pages that were previously placed on the record by defense counsel. State in that format, is there any objection to the court receiving this 3-page composite exhibit as defense composite exhibit 12?
No objection.
Okay, it will be received as defense composite exhibit 12.
Can you see that, Ms. Weaver?
Not yet.
How's that? And I called you by your maiden name. Sorry, Ms. Handler.
That's fine.
I saw it on the document.
Yeah, I see it.
What is this?
It is my Fiddler's assessment of Nikolas Cruz.
And is this a standard assessment that you would do for any student that you're making a referral to Fiddler's?
Yes.
Okay. And the purpose of you generating this document is what?
To get Nikolas screened to see if there are any developmental issues for him, and if so, to get him the help that he needs.
Okay. And so the areas, these are segregated in designated domains of development?
Yes.
Okay. So you would have checked off the areas under these individual domains that you believed were of concern to you?
Yes.
And hope that that would lead to a particular assessment?
To provide them information on my behalf.
Okay. So this is page 3, and then I'm going to show you the second part of that assessment. Do you recognize that as well? That's
Yes.
page 2. Same thing. There's a designation as to different domains: self-help, social emotional, and communication.
Yeah, the
And
different
motor-
developmental areas.
I'm sorry, can you just do one at a time, please? It's hard for me to take 2
Oh,
pages
sorry.
down, thank you.
And we've already discussed the information that's relevant on this document, right? In terms
Yes.
of- Permission to publish to the jury, Your Honor?
You may.
And would, if you know, would the parent also fill out a similar form like that?
Yes, they do, and we don't see one another's.
Okay. And based on that, would a psychological evaluation have also been done?
If Fiddlers felt it was, what Fiddlers would normally do is the parent and the school turn in assessments, and then they will observe or meet with the parents at home to see the child's home environment, and then they come observe the child in the school, and then they will go to whatever the location is to do a further assessment of the child.
So it's like a wraparound evaluation on all components of the child's
Yes.
life? Okay. Did you ever find out the results of that evaluation or the referral to Fiddlers?
I know Nikolas was, I don't know if the terminology's picked up for speech. He
Okay.
did get speech that I recall at least twice a week when he left the school. He went home for speech.
Okay. And did he at some point leave Riverglades? I'm sorry. Young Minds?
Young Minds, but I believe it was after I left.
Okay. And did you have any other contact with Nikolas after that?
I talked to maybe Nikolas, Linda once or twice, and then when his dad passed away, it wasn't that long ago after I left, so I attended the funeral, and then I one time saw Linda shopping and spoke to her.
Have you ever been to her home?
Yes.
Okay. What was her home like?
I've been to their home, but it was for a party of his, and it was mainly outside. I didn't help myself to the inside of
Was
the
it a
home. But a nice home, yes.
Large home in Parkland?
Large home, yes.
Swimming pool?
Lots of property.
Okay. Didn't look like financially they needed anything, is that correct?
No, they were financially fine.
Okay. So on the outside, everything looks good.
Yep.
I
would never question the home life, and I'm not providing any means for the kids.
Understand. 100%. So did it appear to you that Linda had a support group to help her with Nikolas?
In my opinion, not really. The parents at the school, like Nikolas attended half day, and we had quite a many children that were half day. So a few parents would gather out front of the school and talk. And it wasn't like, to me, Linda was not on their level. They were like looking at Linda for themselves as a mother figure. And I can't say for sure. Roger was supportive as a husband and a father, but to get the kids help, I think it was more on Linda.
Okay. Why is it important when you have a special needs child to have a good support system?
For the parent to have a sounding board for themselves, not to feel guilty, and to be able to have resources to help their child in any way, and for the child to benefit the most that they can.
Ms. Fisher, do you believe that you did everything you could do for Nikolas Cruz?
I want to hope I did.
May I have a moment, please?
You may.
That meeting where Linda appeared to be receptive, acknowledging that her son needed more services, that's when she told you that he was adopted?
Yeah.
Okay. Did she tell you if she had any information about the birth mother?
She told me later in time that his mother was an addict at birth. And then and when Zachary came along, she was trying to tell me that they were brothers, but I kind of didn't believe that.
Why not?
Because of the built, and I'm like, I don't know how, parents of that age got Nikolas, so how they were able to get another child. They were definitely different built and not quite
like
similar.
Physically?
Yeah.
So Nikolas was bigger or smaller?
Nikolas was smaller, and Nikolas was very skinny and lightweight, I would say. And then Zachary was very broad, and their skin tone wasn't quite the same.
Okay. So I'm just showing the jury Defense Exhibit 11 again. And approximately, if you know, what was the age difference between the two boys?
I don't remember that. I just remember Zachary. I think Nicholas had been at the school for almost a year when Linda picked up Nicholas with Zachary.
And did you get to know Zachary?
Zachary attended the school too.
And developmentally, how was he?
From what I remember, he was fine. We didn't see any delays or anything with him, but I left shortly after he started, but there was no signs of anything.
Thank you, Ms. Fisher. Mr. Queen, do you want to?
Yes,
Cross-examination?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Fisher.
Good morning.
I have a couple of questions for you because I'm rather confused a little bit about the timeline of when you were working at Young Minds. Am I correct in that today you said you worked there for approximately 5 years, from 1999 on?
1999 to 2004. I completed the school year and left in 2000.
And you had identified in the picture the owner of Young Minds, Ms. Hamel, is that?
Mary Van Hamel?
Yeah. Is that correct? She was the owner?
Yes.
Okay.
Her and her husband own the school.
And did it have a different name prior to their taking over the school?
It was, they bought it from the Tudor Time franchise.
Okay. So, do you know whether there were other Tudor Time franchises in the area?
Tudor Time had been going out of business at that time, so there were a few schools for sale. They bought one of them, but I believe there was one not far on Wiles Road and maybe Riverside or something like that. There was one in Coral Springs not far. I think the one in Boca closed near the same time that they bought Young Minds.
All right. But did they only buy the one?
Yes.
Okay. And that's,
They sold it and bought a school in Gainesville, but here they only had one school.
and that was the former Tudor Time, where you were the director for
Yes.
from 99.
They had nothing to do with Tudor Time. We bought it from Tudor Time and had to remove anything Tudor Time affiliated to the school.
Okay. And let me ask you, does this name ring any bells to you? Lauren Stabile, Stabile?
Lauren what?
Lauren Stabile, Stabile?
Not that I can recall.
Okay. You don't have any recollection of her working at Young Minds?
No.
Would it surprise you if there's a document that indicates that this Lauren Stabile did a preschool teacher questionnaire, just like the one you did, on March 18th of 2002?
In all honesty, I'm confused by that because ours were so close in time, and Nicholas stayed on at Young Minds for a bit after I did mine.
And are you aware that it also says the school name is Tudor Time on that particular questionnaire that Ms. Stabile did? So you don't have any explanation as to why she would have done a questionnaire just basically 2 months after you did one and put a different school name on it?
No, and I don't think it was affiliated to Young Minds Learning Center.
And it's your testimony today that the defendant, Nikolas Cruz, was still at Young Minds on March 18th, 2002.
Yes.
And were you remember,
To what I best recollect, I don't remember Nicholas leaving before me.
was he still there when you left?
From what I recall and remember, I believe so.
And by that time, his brother was also there?
Zachary had started.
Would you agree that sometimes it's not unusual for parents to admit that they've adopted children? As a matter of fact, sometimes it's hard for them to even tell their own children that they're adopted.
What was the question? I'm sorry.
Would you agree with me that a lot of times parents have trouble telling other folks that their children are adopted?
Yes.
So it wasn't surprising to you that Linda Cruz took a little while before she finally told you that day.
It would be the same thing if I adopted. I would just want everybody to think that they were my children and, have a normal family.
Okay. So again, it wasn't much of a surprise to you that maybe it took her a little while to warm up to you, get to know you, and then she was able to open up and tell you more.
Yes.
Okay. And that happened slowly over the period. Over the.
Not you.
Pardon?
I was not shushing you, excuse me.
Oh, okay.
Shushing me. Sorry, Mr. Planger.
That's all right. So she was over the period of. Well, let me strike that for a moment. Let me ask you: do you remember when Nikolas Cruz, the defendant, first came? Oh, how old he was when he first started at Young Minds?
I might be wrong. I thought it was just before 1. I thought he was in our baby room, but he was definitely, I can't recall for sure on that one, but I know he's definitely in our 1-year-old room.
Okay.
I thought he started just prior to the baby room, but I might be wrong.
All right, well, he was born in September of 1998. Do you recall that?
That he was born in September 1998?
In September.
No, I didn't recall it recently, but.
Okay. Well, if he was born in September of 1998, he would have turned 1 in 99, and then let's say 1.5 in the early part of the year 2000. Correct?
From what I can quickly do my math on, I believe so. He would be in the 1-year-old room.
And by that time, you would have already been the director of Young Minds.
Yes.
And he wasn't there when you first started, obviously, or was he?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, because you started in 99 and he would have been approaching a year old in 1999, right? Okay. So I believe your testimony was once Linda Cruz had warmed up to you, she came forward with adoption information and shared more information about the defendant and his adopted mother, his birth mother, his biological birth mother, correct?
Yes.
So she, you would say by that point, she was definitely coming forth with all the information that you felt would be necessary to make an adequate assessment of the defendant.
Yeah.
And I believe it was your testimony that you felt that she very much loved her sons and would do anything to help them anything in her power to help them and take care of them?
I believe so.
The other area I'm a little confused about was when you had mentioned that, well, you had mentioned earlier that that Linda Cruz told you later on about the adoption, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it was also later in time she told you about his biological birth mother, correct?
Yeah, about near the same time.
All right. And would that have been, if you can remember, in and around the time that you did your assessment, that questionnaire in 2002?
I believe so. I think it was just prior to it, but I can't guarantee if it was just prior or right after I filled it out.
Okay. And when you were talking about going to the house, the birthday party, was that also in that time frame, or was that in a later time frame?
I'm not positive, but it was for, I believe it was, and I'm totally not positive on this, I believe it was Nicholas's 2nd birthday.
Okay. So again, going on the
I don't think
assumption-
it was 3rd, but I'm pretty sure, if I was at a birthday party, I'm pretty sure it would have been 2nd, not 3rd, but I'm not positive.
All right, but going on the assumption that, as I told you earlier, that he was born in September of 1998, so his 2nd birthday would have been, if that's correct, it would have been in 2000,
20.
correct? Mm-hmm. And he was already at the school at that point.
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember a Caitlin Westerland. Does that ring any bells?
Yes.
And how do you remember her?
Caitlin was a student at Young Minds as well, and I believe she was Nicholas's neighbor too. I believe that they lived like diagonally across the street. I used to babysit Caitlin as well. I didn't babysit Nicholas, but I babysat Caitlin.
You babysat Caitlin. All right. And then, so obviously you knew her mother, Patricia?
Yeah.
Okay. And do you know whether or not they were friends with the Cruzes?
Yes.
And did they ever, not Caitlin, but did her mother ever talk to you about the defendant, Nikolas Cruz?
About what?
About the defendant. Did her mother, Patricia, ever talk to you about the defendant, Nikolas
Just
Cruz?
as that they're friends, and she's friends with Linda and neighbors.
But nothing about any possible issues that the defendant, Nikolas Cruz, was having?
No, not that I recall.
Did you continue to babysit for the Westerlands after you had left?
No.
That was all during that time period that you were at?
Yeah, it was just
Young
maybe 3 times.
Okay. And one last thing I'd like to ask you. You had mentioned on direct examination that you felt the defendant, Nikolas Cruz's head and his ears were basically too large, or it seemed too large for his body. Is that correct?
In my opinion, his ears seem larger than what his face size was.
All right, this I'm going to show you once again. It was defense 11. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And you've had experience with children, well, probably a lot more than I have. To me, it just seems that the defendant's ears they're sticking out, but they don't seem to be much different in size than Zach's ears.
No.
Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay. And how about the head size? Not much difference between the two. Would you agree?
Between the head size and the body?
Yeah, and for both.
I think if he was standing up, the head size to me was smaller than the body size.
All right, but in that particular
No,
photo,
in that particular,
I'm sorry,
no.
can we just do one at a time?
in that particular photo, if you're just looking at the two
Yes,
the two heads,
it looks all normal.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay, does the defense have anything else for this witness? Sure.
Just a few questions, Ms. Fisher, and we'll be done. Showing you again Defense Exhibit 11. Looking at this photograph, you're aware that there's a 14-month age difference between those two boys,
I
right?
remember they were a year apart. I didn't know how far a year apart.
Okay. And they look about the same size? In your opinion or no? I don't want to put words in your mouth.
I would say so, because Zachary's sitting at a little lower height than Nicholas.
And I know that in this picture, the observations that you made don't accurately reflect what you saw, but your personal observations over a period of time when you were at Young Minds were that his body was not in proportion.
Yes.
His head was larger than his body.
Yes.
Ears were larger than his head.
That's something I remember well.
Mr. Klinger asked you about another preschool questionnaire that was done by Lauren Stabile. I'd like to approach the witness. I'm referring to SDEC 05 and 06, her parent questionnaire. And do we have hers back? Not yet. Okay. I'm now going to show you what has been marked as 4X for identification. Do you recognize the document? Not the contents of the document, but the document itself?
Yes.
Okay. What is that document?
It's a Fiddler assessment for a teacher to complete.
And is that similar to the document that you filled out?
Yes.
And what's the date on the document that you have in front of you that is filled out?
March 25th, 2002.
And the name of the school was
Tutor time.
That was not where you were teaching, is that
No.
correct? And if we look back to, I'm going to have to ask the court because they have the original, what her document is referred to is Exhibit 12. Thank you. I'm showing you my copy. That's the one that you filled out in reference to Nikolas Cruz. Is that
Yes.
correct? And what date did you fill that out?
January 22nd, 2002.
And what school were you at when you filled that out?
Young Minds Learning Center.
So this is two different schools,
Yeah.
two different teachers.
Yeah.
And let me ask you this, as you review this document, the teacher makes some notes, and based on the representations that the teacher made, how long had Nikolas been at that school?
Objection outside the scope.
Overruled.
Answer.
Yes, you can.
5 weeks.
You never saw this document.
No.
Were you ever, Your Honor, I'd like to move into evidence which previously been marked as 4X for, into evidence.
Is there any objection?
No, Your Honor.
4X, defense 4X for identification will be received without objection as defense 13.
May I publish to the jury, Your Honor,
You may.
after the clerk marks it? Sorry, Madam Clerk. Were you ever advised that Nikolas was asked to leave Young Mind Learning Center?
Was I what?
Ever advised that Nikolas was asked to leave Young Mind Learning Center?
Not shortly after I left, no.
Okay.
I was told I'm on the way somewhere.
I'm sorry?
I don't know if I was told I'm on the way through all this, if I was told he left or not.
Okay. Now, you took a deposition in this case, correct?
Yes.
And I think Mr. Klinger was actually referring to some of the conversations that we had during that deposition, right?
Yes.
Your timeline's a little off, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. Did you tell them that your timeline may not be accurate in the deposition?
Yes.
Did you have access to your resume?
No.
Did you tell them that you didn't have access to
Yes, I went and asked if I can find it to make sure, to have the dates. I've been to several schools between now and then, and we're talking about over 20 years ago, but I couldn't find a resume.
Okay. So if your dates are off, it's by months. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Okay. But the behaviors that you observed, those are what you truly observed, correct?
Yeah. I mean, that's the bottom line. It's like for when he's in the 1-year-old room and he's in the 2-year-old room, I was there, and that was my concern, and that was my time frame for him to get help.
And because of all of those concerns, you met with Linda and you did the Fiddler evaluation, correct?
Yes.
And is it, and I agree with Mr. Klinger, and I think you do too, that naturally parents are reluctant to tell people they don't know that their child is adopted, correct?
Yes.
But they're more open to conversations about possible developmental delays and maybe your kid needs some services. Would you agree with that?
On the most part. Yep.
I have no further questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. You're excused.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 15-minute break. Please do not discuss the case among yourselves. Please leave your notepads behind in your seats. Thank you.
Okay, a quick 15-minute break after that first witness of the day that was called.
Right there on the ledge, and then it'll be there for you to look at when you come back.
That is Ann Fisher, who was the director of an early childhood learning center in Broward County. We learned that the defendant was there from the time he was a baby until about 3 years old. She raised concerns. It was interesting, some of the things that she talked about went right into what the defense could say are mitigating factors, but then there were other things that she said which makes you think, well, maybe that's something that the prosecution would want her to say, that, well, he, was very cared for example, that he was given every opportunity to have help.
Sort of a mixed bag for me, Janine, at least in my impressions, based on what we heard as we wait for the jurors to exit the courtroom here before the 15-minute break. As you pointed out, there was some of the information she gave which talked about his developmental delays, and as young as a year-old when she first encountered him, the things that he was going through, the way he was acting out, certain behavior that's appeared to continue throughout his life. They also focused on the size of his head and ears, which as we would expect to find out down the road, is a symptom of fetal alcohol syndrome and something that the experts will discuss. So that was an important point for them to make. But again, as you pointed out, some of the other things really help the state more than it helps a defense. That his mother, and I think her quote was, Nikolas was very cared for but delayed.
Right.
In my opinion, Nikolas was not a bully, just didn't have the social skills. And her advice to the parents, get early intervention and get him help now. And she then followed up to say that she believed Linda Cruz, although an inexperienced parent, she was trying to do the best she could.
She said Linda would give the world if she could. So
and so, you know, that's the testimony that was provided by this witness. The factor that they're going for, the mitigating circumstance, is either going to fall into his capacity to appreciate what was right and wrong. We'll hear from experts about that. Or the catch-all, some other factor in his background that mitigates against imposition of the death penalty. But you know, was this enough from this witness? Remember, it's going to be cumulative. So every witness who testifies, they're trying to build a little bit, build a little bit, build a little bit. But you know, if you want to visualize it, they're trying to get their way up to the top of a very tall wall or a very tall mountain so that they can get these jurors to look at these mitigating circumstances. These are little tiny steps, little tiny pieces of the process.
Well, one thing that we saw, not only did we hear from this woman who knew the defendant at a very young age, she talked about his early beginnings and some of the troubles that he had, but one thing that we noticed and that I had asked you about was, so okay, we have her testimony, but we also have evidence that was submitted in the form of pictures of him as a little kid. Now, technically, you submit those because she can say, yes, I identify this is the boy for whom I took care, but maybe that also is so that the jury can see a cute childhood picture of this guy.
Well, there's absolutely a hidden motive as to introducing these pictures, two of them. One, as you pointed out, she's talking about Nikolas Cruz, this child who she took care of many years ago. He's in the courtroom today. They didn't ask her to identify him in court, but that was their way of getting her to identify, who is this Nikolas Cruz who you took care of? Let me show you some pictures of him. Part of it, again, might be to show the size of his head and his ears, but really, they're doing exactly that. There's a hidden agenda here. Let's show you cute pictures of this little child who our position is never had a chance. Here's what he was at the beginning, innocent, small child in pre-K, in daycare. People didn't recognize, or if they did, they didn't get him the help he needed. And you're not supposed to include sympathy in what your decision is, but we'd like you to be sympathetic to this small child. So that's why they're putting those pictures in. And the state really has, they could object for all of those reasons, but it's not going to really hurt them in any way, because whatever sympathy they get, the defense that is, from showing these pictures is going to be offset by just the horrible things that this jury was shown during the first 2 weeks of this case, and that's what the state's going to hammer back on. So small little things they're putting in.
Not only that, but the jury obviously has a view of the entire courtroom. There are loved ones of some of the victims who all they have are now childhood photos. They don't have their loved ones in real life anymore. Got to imagine what those parents are thinking and those loved ones are thinking in the gallery. All right, they're taking a 15-minute break. They're going to come back, we think, with another witness. We'll be there every step of the way. We'll see you in just a few. Welcome back. This is day 2 of the defense's case in the sentencing of the Parkland shooter. We heard from witness number 4 for the defense, Ann Fisher, an early childhood education teacher who saw the defendant at a very young age. The court said they would take a 15-minute recess and then we'd be hearing from the next witness. You can see folks, loved ones are starting to walk back in. There is audio in the courtroom, so let's take a listen. So we're waiting for the audio to come back into the courtroom, but you can see in the gallery some of these loved ones of the victims are still here. What a difference for them to listen to the grueling testimony from the state a couple of weeks ago. Now they're listening to the defense team try to save the life of the person who took their loved ones.
And you and I were talking about that before. It's the job that the defense has accepted, and that's something they've been doing from the minute everybody walked into the courtroom, and they continue to do that today.
It's the way our legal system works. Sounds like things are getting started. Let's take a listen.
Are we ready to go? Oh, they're ready? Okay, they're ready now. Jurors are entering. Jurors are entering. Are you okay? Okay, the jurors are present. You all may be seated. Defense, when you're ready, go ahead and call your next witness.
Thank you. The defense calls Trish Devaney.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You can go ahead and be seated. When you're seated, please lean into the microphone when you're speaking.
Okay.
And state your full name and spell your last name.
Patricia Devaney Westerland.
And how do you spell your last name, please?
Devaney Westerland. I'm a little nervous, I'm sorry.
Don't be nervous. Just make sure because you're wearing the mask.
Okay, yeah.
That's actually the.
Oh, is this where I am?
Yes.
Okay.
Whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Anna. Good morning, Ms. Devaney. Is that what you want me to call you? Because I called you Devaney and then you just said Westerland, so I want to call you what you want to be called.
Trish.
Trish. Okay, fair enough. Thank you for being here. If you are comfortable, you can take your mask off. If you don't want to, you don't have to. Okay? Can you please tell me where you live now?
In New Jersey.
Okay.
Red Bank, New Jersey.
I'm sorry?
Red Bank, New Jersey.
And how long have you lived in New Jersey?
Since 2008.
Okay. And was there a point when you lived in Florida?
Yes, 1998.
Okay. And when did you leave Florida?
2008.
Okay. Okay. And when you lived in Broward County, do you remember where you initially lived?
Parkland.
Okay. And was that off of Northwest 80th Terrace?
Yes.
Okay. And who were you living with?
Well, I was engaged
Okay.
to Noel.
Okay. And who is Noel?
Well, we got married.
Okay.
We have kids, and now we're divorced. My ex-husband.
Okay. So when you first moved to Northwest 80th Terrace, it was just the two of you?
Yes.
Okay. And about how old were you when you first moved to Florida? And I know it's a guesstimate, so.
No, I know. I would say probably 23.
Okay. And did you have any friends or family here in Broward County?
I had moved down with a girlfriend, and after a month she went back, and I had met Noel, so I wanted to stay.
Okay. So no family?
No.
Okay. And any friend you met would be a new friendship. Is that seem accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever become friends with a woman by the name of Linda Cruz?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know where Linda Cruz lived in relation to where you lived?
Yes.
Okay. What street did she live off of?
Northwest 80th Terrace.
I'm sorry?
Northwest 80th Terrace.
Okay. And is that a neighborhood or just a street?
It was a street. She lived about 3 or 4 houses down on the opposite side.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Trish, I'm going to show you what has been previously marked for identification purposes as R. Ma'am, do you recognize that photo?
This is Roger and Linda Cruz's home.
Okay.
I'm sorry?
Roger and Linda Cruz's house.
Thank you.
Okay. And does that house and that photograph of that house accurately reflect how you remember the house back in 1989?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Your Honor, the defense moves into evidence what has previously been marked as R for identification.
Is there any objection by the state? No, Judge, I believe Ms. Nicholas is 1980.
Thank you. It's 1989. I'm sorry. Is that correct?
98.
I'm sorry?
98.
I'm sorry, 1998. Is that when you lived there?
Yeah, didn't I say that?
I had it wrong.
I'm sorry. Okay.
All right, what's been marked for identification as defense R will be received as defense 14.
And all of the houses that were on that street, or were they similar to that style and the build and the square footage?
There were, from where I was, there were about 4 empty lots across the street. It was really getting built up at that time. The lots went from so Linda had like a bunch of empty lots. They were mostly 2-acre lots.
So these were all new build homes?
No, the first 9 houses were from the 70s.
Okay. Did you and your husband build a home?
No, we didn't. Linda and Roger did.
Okay. And did you go inside of her home?
Yes.
Okay. And how did she take care of her house?
She had OCD.
I'm sorry?
She had OCD. Her house was immaculate.
Okay.
Beautiful.
Okay. And what type of a friendship did you develop with Linda? How did you guys meet? How did that work?
Well, it was kind of odd because I was 23 and Linda was 49. But as I said, I had no friends really besides Noel. And I got pregnant and she was adopting. So we really became close because we had babies the same age.
Okay. And can you describe what kind of a person Linda was?
Very loving, caring, motherly. When I moved down there and I found out I was pregnant, of course I was nervous. I had no family there. And she was always there for me.
She helped you out, kind of like
always.
Okay. And did you ever have an opportunity to meet Roger Cruz?
I actually met Roger first.
Okay, tell me about that.
When I moved into Noel's house, all he had was a couch and TV and a bed and a TV. It was like a bachelor pad. So I was getting rid of anything, like some of his stuff. And Roger stopped by and said, "Oh my God, my wife loves garage sales. When I get back from my walk, I'm going to send her down."
So is that what started to become a friendship of how many years?
Even though I moved away, you know, you have a friend like you can not talk to for a while, but when you talk to them, it's like, you know, you still have that connection.
Okay. So how many years do you think you guys lived on the same street together?
Well, we moved, but we only moved to Cypress Head, which is about 5 minutes away.
Okay.
I think we moved 98, 99. Like 4 years on Linda Street.
So when you guys were on the same street together, how often were you together?
Monday through Friday usually.
Okay.
Sometimes Saturday.
Okay. And did you guys ever go out together socially?
She liked to go to consignment stores, food shop. We would food shop together. Mostly, she would bring the babies down.
So it was like a...
I had like a huge, like mess of toys and, you know, big playroom. So she would bring the boys down.
When you and Linda were hanging out together, did you ever see her drink alcohol?
A handful of times.
Okay. Never appeared to be a problem?
Never.
Based on what you could see?
No.
Okay. So, can you tell me a little bit about the relationship that Roger and Linda had based on your observations?
Very loving. He was much older. He was 60. She was 49. So, you know, he'd flirt with her, and they were just, it was like they finally found, like, their soulmates.
Did Linda tell you that she was married?
Yes.
Okay. Did you later find out that they were not married?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did that surprise you?
Yes, because she was my maid of honor.
Okay. So she was your maid of honor on your wedding. Do you remember what year you got married?
I believe it was 2001.
Okay. So, when you first meet Linda, does she have any children?
No.
Okay. And you find out what? That she was going to adopt a child? Does she talk to you about that at all?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me what she tells you about the adoption, or what her and Roger plan to do.
She had tried to have kids for years. She had problems having kids. She also had a problem having an adoption when her and Roger were together up in New York. She did babysit Roger's adult children's kids. She also had a niece living with her.
So, have you been, or are you in contact with any of Roger's kids from his
I talked
marriage?
to one of his daughters, yes.
Okay. Still today?
Yes.
Okay. And it was your understanding that Linda had a relationship with those 4 kids?
Yes.
And they were all adults by the time Nikolas was born. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Okay. So she told you that she was going to adopt a child?
Yes.
Did she tell you anything about how she was going about that adoption?
Because of her age, I guess she had found out from somebody else. She was going through a lawyer, a private adoption.
Oh, it was a private adoption. Okay. Did she ever talk about the process of the adoption or how that was going to work or anything like that?
She would pay the birth mother's living expenses. She would pay the attorney.
Okay.
And he would pay the birth mother's living expenses.
Did you ever have any conversations with Linda about the birth mother?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me about those conversations.
Well, some were after Nikolas.
Okay. After he was born?
Because she got pregnant again and was called to see if she wanted to adopt another kid from the same mother.
So let me make sure I understand that. You got information about the birth mother after Nikolas was born?
Yes.
Because the birth mother was having another child?
Yeah, and I also, Linda would tell me that the birth mother had a young daughter.
Okay.
And she was also, they had agreed upon whatever, and the birth mother kept telling Linda her young daughter would need more stuff. And you know what I mean? The price went up and up.
I don't know what you mean. Help me
Okay.
understand.
So I guess they had an agreed amount.
Money?
Yeah.
To give the adoptive mother?
Yes.
The birth mother?
Yes.
Okay. And so, are you involved in Linda's life when she's waiting for Nikolas to arrive?
I just remember that Roger was putting his foot down, that there was going to be no more money going out, like that the mom was kind of a con artist type person.
So Roger Cruz was saying to Linda,
we have an agreement, and
okay,
it's going on a little past, but then it was being pushed more and more.
Okay. So you got the impression from Linda that the birth mother was a con artist? Is that what you just said?
Kind of.
Okay. So did she tell you anything else about the birth mother?
Yeah, she said that, I don't know if, she said that the birth mother was being drug tested.
Okay.
Randomly throughout the pregnancy.
Okay. Do you know, or did Linda ever tell you why she was being drug tested?
No.
Okay. Did she tell you anything else about the mom?
Yes, after she got the call that she was pregnant again, the mother was in prison, she said.
Okay, so that's Zachary.
Yes.
Okay, so let's talk about before Zachary is born. Do you, when Linda gets Nikolas, do you become pregnant?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and that would be your first child?
Yes.
Okay, and that's a girl or a boy?
It's a girl. Her name is Caitlin.
Okay.
They were about 6 or 7 months apart.
Okay. May I have a moment, please?
You may.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness, please?
You may.
Trish, I'm going to show you some photographs that have been marked for identification purposes
Okay,
only. I
sure.
want you to tell me if you recognize them. You don't have to tell me what they are yet, okay?
Mm-hmm.
This is Defense S. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
And does this photograph accurately represent the people that you knew back in the time that you lived in Parkland, Florida?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what has been marked for identification purposes as T.
Yes.
Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And do you recognize the person in the photograph?
Yes, I do.
And does that photograph accurately reflect the person in the photograph at the time you would have known them?
Absolutely.
I'm going to show you what has previously been marked for identification as you. Do you recognize the individuals in that photograph?
Yes.
Okay. And do those individuals in that photograph, or does this photograph accurately reflect the individuals that you knew at that time period?
Yes.
Defense V for identification. Do you recognize the individuals in that photograph?
Yes.
Same questions. Do they appear to be, this
Yes.
photograph accurately represent the individuals in that photograph at the time that you remember them?
Yes.
Identification W. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
And does that photograph accurately, does this photograph accurately describe the individuals in the photograph
Yes,
at the
it
time that
does.
you remember them?
Yep. I was there when those pictures were taken.
Identification, defense for identification Y. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Same questions. Do the individuals in this photograph, do you recognize them?
Yes.
Okay, and do you recall that this photograph represents the time period that it was taken?
Yes, I do.
Identification Z, same questions. Do you recognize the individuals in this photograph?
I do.
Okay. Identification 1A, do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize the individual in this photograph?
I know exactly where it was taken.
Okay. Identification 1D, do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize the individuals in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
This photograph accurately reflect the individuals as you remember them when the photo was taken?
Absolutely.
Identification 1B. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
And do you recognize the individual in the photograph?
Yes.
And does this photograph accurately reflect the individual at the time the photograph was taken?
Yes.
Judge, the defense is seeking to introduce those photographs if you want to distribute them into evidence.
State, do you have any objection to the courts receiving these exhibits into evidence? Okay, without objection. Without objection, what's been marked for identification as defense S will be received as 15, T will be received as 16, U will be received as 17, B will be received as 18, W will be received as 19, Y will be received as 20, Z 21, 1A like Alpha 22, 1B like Bravo 23, and 1D like Delta 24.
While the clerk marks those, I'm just going to ask you some other questions and then we'll get back to the photographs. Excuse me. What kind of mother was Linda Cruz to Zachary and Nikolas?
A very loving, caring mother.
Okay. Tell me what that looks like. I mean, did she dote on them?
Absolutely. She had wanted a child, always wanted a child. So once she got Nikolas, she felt like her family was complete, and she loved babies in general. She would help me with my babies. Zachary is my son Gavin's age, and Nikolas was Caitlin's age. So when I was pregnant with Gavin, Linda would come and take Caitlin so I could take naps and help me out after I had the baby. She cooked me 2 months worth of food. She treated me like a daughter, kind of, or something like that.
And how was Roger with the boys?
Roger was wonderful with the boys. I mean, he had an office on State Road 7 in a condominium, and Linda was at my house with the kids so much that he actually, my husband had an office in New Jersey with about 200 employees, but it was an internet kind of company, so he offered Noel to work out of his office.
Okay. And let's talk about Nikolas as a baby. When Linda gets Nikolas and brings him home, what kind of a baby infant is he?
He was a cute little baby. She would go and get him all these sailor outfits. She worked on the nursery for a long time. She was just the happiest I ever saw her.
And you have...
I would babysit Nikolas sometime and Zachary, and she would babysit my kids. They would have date nights, we would have date nights. We would hang out at my house all together, all of us. Nikolas was, my daughter was like Nikolas's mother, though, because Nikolas was not speaking as fast and all that kind of stuff. So my daughter would do all the talking for him. She would get everything for him. They hung out, and then Zach and Gavin hung out.
So you're talking about your daughter Caitlin, your first child, and what's the age difference between Nikolas and Caitlin?
He was born in September and she was born in April.
Okay.
I think it's 7 months.
Okay, so around 7 months. And did they become each other's first friend?
Linda had them married already. Linda used to joke that they would get married one day.
That they would be married. So
Yeah.
they played a lot together.
Yes.
Did they go to preschool together?
Yes. We decided, Linda and I wanted to just put them in a few hours so we could do like shopping, and we put them in a preschool called Young Minds right down the street from 9 to noon. I think eventually we put them in a little longer, but when they were infants, they started out 9 to 12. They weren't in the same class, so Caitlin was younger, so Nikolas wasn't in her class at Young Minds.
Okay, I want to show you some of those photographs so that you can explain them to the jury.
Sure.
This is Defense Exhibit 15. What is this photograph of?
Linda with Nikolas in his little sailor outfit.
You remember the outfit?
Yeah.
And do you know about how old?
I'm 49, and Linda was 49 when I met her.
So you are the same age that Linda was when she had Nikolas.
Yes, I don't know how she had a baby at that age. I don't know how she had a baby at that age. I have 6 kids now, so it gets harder and harder as you get older.
Okay, showing you now what has been marked as Exhibit 16, Defense Exhibit 16. Who is this photograph of?
Nikolas.
Okay. Do you remember that photograph?
I remember that was in his nursery.
And do you know approximately how old he was?
Probably, maybe, I don't know. If he wasn't sitting up, I don't think, on his own. That's why she had him like that.
Okay, and Defense 17. Who is this?
Roger and Nikolas.
And where is this picture taken?
This is in Linda's kitchen area.
And Defense 18.
This is in Linda's kitchen. This is my daughter Caitlin and Nikolas.
So they're about 7 months apart?
Yes.
So you both had little ones together and you played together and hung out together?
Yes.
Exhibit 19. Who's in this photo? Who are the children in this photograph?
This is Nikolas and Caitlin.
Your daughter?
Yes. She was really chubby.
I can't.
Very chubby.
That's good. Chubby babies are good. I'm not sure, is this 20? Yes, Exhibit 20. Who's in this photograph?
It's Roger Cruz, Nikolas, and Zachary. That's in their backyard.
They had a jacuzzi?
Yes, they did.
Okay. Do you know the age difference between Nikolas and Zachary?
23 and 22, I think. So, well, just because Caitlin, my kids had the same age difference.
Exhibit 21. Who's in this photograph?
Zachary and Nikolas, and I think this is when they were going up to a wedding in New York.
You recognize the outfits?
Yeah.
22. That's 22. You said you when I showed this to you, you're like, I know exactly where that is. Where's this photograph taken?
This was, Young Minds used to have a Halloween. They were in a public shopping center. They would march the kids down to all the stores in their Halloween outfits, and go trick-or-treating in all the little different stores.
So all the kids would dress up?
Yes.
Defense 23. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
You remember that outfit?
I do. I used to tell her how corny she would make his hair look when sometimes.
Like an old man?
Yeah.
Okay. And defense 24.
It's my husband, Noel, and it's Linda.
Do you remember where this picture was taken?
It was at my wedding.
And Linda was your maid of honor?
Yes, she was.
Were you still friends with Linda when Zachary was born?
Yes.
Okay, and then you had more children, and did all the kids play together?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know where Zachary's birth mother was when he was born?
In prison.
Okay. And was Linda excited about having another child?
I remember that she got a call that the birth mother was pregnant, and if the baby was a boy, she was gonna.
So she was gender specific about whether or not she would adopt another child?
Yeah. No, not Linda. The mother wasn't going to give it away if it was a girl.
Oh, okay. And do you remember Zach coming home?
I do.
And what kind of baby was he?
Really chubby, very quiet. He was so cute, really easy baby.
And how was Nikolas with Zachary?
Nikolas got a little jealous because obviously after Linda wanted kids for so many years and she had just had him, you know, they were like constantly together. But I mean, I know that, you know, Nikolas, yeah, he would, like when the kids were together, he was always with Kate, and he really didn't even play with Zachary much as a baby.
He was where? I'm sorry.
He would always play with my daughter.
Okay. So your daughter...
And Zach would always play with my son Gavin.
Okay. And you told me a little bit about Nikolas's relationship with Caitlin. You said she was kind of like the mom?
Yeah.
Explain to us what that means, what that looked like.
Well, Nikolas had well, I know now that I have a lot of children, he was a little bit behind on his milestones. And so, you know, Kate would do a lot of stuff for him, like anything for him.
Like what?
She would go get him snacks. She would, like, talk for him. She would go, she just did a lot for him. They were always together. He used to ride on our black labs. The only thing he did early was walk. He was walking, I think, about 8 months, climbing out of his crib. Other than that, everything else was much, much slower.
Okay, so for you, when did you start seeing, or when did it appear to you that Nikolas was not developing like the other kids?
It was about a month before I got married. So 2000, maybe sometime in November or December of 2001, I think it was.
So despite your daughter Caitlin being about 7 months younger than Nikolas, she surpassed him in communication?
Yes.
Social skills?
Yes.
What about feeding herself and fine motor skills?
Girls, I mean, I find that girls are easier, like quicker anyway, but I mean, Zachary even surpassed Nikolas. By, you know, Zachary was, I could tell because Gavin and Zachary both got old, like bigger than Nikolas by the time Nikolas was about maybe 2.5.
Okay. So he was physically smaller than all the other
kids?
Yes. Okay. And how about his behavior? How was his behavior?
I mean, as an infant, it all seemed fine. Linda was very, when he started climbing out of the crib and stuff, she was afraid he was going to get hurt. She got him like one of those toddler beds. But I'm sorry, what did you repeat the question?
So
his behavior, I didn't see anything that different, I guess, until about maybe 18 months old.
And what's happening around 18 months old?
He's very, very hyper, very, I mean, now I would probably describe it as like ADHD or something like that.
Just based
He
on
was just very hyper, always running around, always like getting into things, but he wasn't talking. So if he wanted a toy, he would like go after somebody's hand to get the toy. He'd bite them. He was a biter and a bedwetter for. He wet his bed until he was about 6 or 7.
So you're saying he couldn't communicate very well with others?
He could with Kate, but he could with my daughter Caitlin.
Okay.
But no, he couldn't really talk. He couldn't communicate.
Do you think, based on the conversations that you would try and have with Nikolas, that he understood the things you were saying to him?
No, I don't think he understood.
Okay. Would Linda also communicate for him?
Yes.
So was there a group of kids in the neighborhood that always hung out together?
We had some neighbors with also children right around the same age.
So all the kids are hanging out together and they're all around the same age, and does anything become more obvious to you?
Yes.
Tell us what that is.
Well, mainly I would have my friend Linda over with her kids, but sometimes I would invite my neighbors over with their kids. And Nikolas didn't really want to, he didn't play with them. He would go and hide behind the blinds. Back in those days, he would go and hide behind the blinds. You'd see all the kids playing on the floor with different toys, and he would be somewhere else.
So he wasn't socially interacting with any other kids?
No.
With maybe the exception of your daughter?
Yes.
Okay. Did his lack of development and some of his behavior concern you, Trish? Excuse me.
Yes.
Okay. So what did you do with your concerns?
Well, as a mother, you don't want to go and tell another mother, but she was my friend. And so it actually first came up that Roger noticed it, because Roger had 4 children and grandchildren, and he had brought it up at my home. He wanted Linda to bring him to like a specialist and stuff. Linda didn't see anything wrong.
She didn't what?
She didn't want to see anything wrong with him.
But that's not unusual, right?
No, it's not.
Okay. And when you would try to have these conversations with her, was she receptive?
No.
Okay, what would happen?
She just, I was only telling her out of care and concern.
Sure.
And she would kind of get upset with me about a bunch of different things when I would try and tell her. When she had Zachary, when she had Nikolas, he had he had like a reddish hair tint, not as red as it is, like it was lighter, but she dyed her hair like his, and would say, and everyone on the block knew that they were adopted. She would say, Nikolas looks exactly like me, and Zachary looks like Roger. And I thought that Zachary looked like he may be African American, and Linda would get so mad at me that she wouldn't talk to me sometimes for a month or 2.
Would you guys always reconcile?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know if Linda ever took Nikolas to a doctor?
Yes, I know they did.
Pardon?
I know they did, yes.
Okay. What do you know about that? And when you say they, was that Roger and Linda?
Right before my wedding, they were talking about it, and I know that he wanted to get it done like soon.
Who did?
Roger wanted her to bring him to a specialist.
Okay. So was she receptive from what you observed to Roger?
Yeah, because Roger was very loving and caring about it. You know, he just said, we need to find out what's going on.
So as all the other kids are developing, Nikolas is doing everything last? Is that what you're observing?
Yeah, and as they're getting older, Nikolas is the smallest and not able to communicate. I mean, I loved him so much. He was a cute baby. He was always with his mother.
Very attached to Linda?
Yes. She loved him so much.
Was he, I know you talked about when he was little or younger, if somebody had a toy that he wanted, he would smack it out of the hand of that child?
Sometimes.
Did he continue to be aggressive?
He'd either bite them or he would get that toy physically.
When you would try and offer help to Linda, I think you said that would result in you guys not talking for a while?
Yeah, sometimes I would try and, bring it up because I knew how she was. But all the neighbors on the block knew that the kids were adopted. She never didn't say they weren't adopted, but she would always say that, oh, Nick looks exactly like me, and Zachary is exactly like his father. And so she talked about it openly, and everyone on the street knew, I was very surprised when I heard she told the boys when they were like 12 and 13 years old in a car like one day that they were adopted.
So the time that you lived down the street or in that neighborhood right around the corner, did he ever catch up to any of those other children in terms of communication?
No.
What about his social skills? Did they improve? Did he ever fit in and make friends?
My daughter.
Besides your daughter?
No.
Okay. And how did the other kids on the street treat him?
They would sometimes say stuff to him like that he would pee his pants and trying to get him, and then he would get upset and he would start breaking their toys.
So he would overly react to those types of comments?
Yes.
So did he continue to have tantrums when other kids were done with tantrums?
Yes.
Okay. And what would those look like?
His tantrums were just like he would get very upset. He would clench his fist. He'd be really angry. And it wouldn't, it went on for a while, He wouldn't just get over it. He would still want whatever he wanted.
And what would Linda do when he behaved that way?
No, Linda would sometimes, give him a smack on the hand if he smacked, a kid, and tell him no, they're playing with that toy, and she would get him another toy.
So she would try?
She is.
And in terms of discipline, anything more than a smack on the hand? Do you ever observe anything more than that?
No, I haven't. Oh, yeah, timeout.
Oh, timeout. Okay. So, how was Zachary in terms of the kids in the neighborhood? Did he have friends?
Linda was kind of a little bit overprotective of them as well. He fit in more, but she was kind of I don't want to say helicopter mother, but she kept them very close.
Okay. And do you know if she ever got him services? Or got him to a doctor?
Yes, I do.
Okay, what do you know about that?
I don't recall exactly, but I know that after my wedding, so maybe January of 2002, maybe.
Okay.
That he went to a doctor.
Okay. And did you hear anything else about any services for Nikolas after that doctor?
I think she told me he had some kind of hyperactive disorder and some other things, but she didn't want to believe it herself.
So she didn't share those details with you?
She did share what she wanted to.
Okay. Was that kind of how you felt your friendship went? She was selective about the things she told you?
Yes.
I think you said that you didn't even know she wasn't married.
No. When I met her, they had lived in New York together first, and then they moved down here, and she told me they were married. she had a huge wedding ring and engagement ring.
And she had the same last name?
But the other thing is she was older, so maybe, you know how old people are, they want to be married when they have their kids, you know what I mean? Like, I was young. When I got pregnant, I was not married to Noel. We were engaged, and when I told my mother told me, my mom freaked out on me and told me that she wasn't going to speak to me. You know, she is staunchly Catholic, and she just wasn't there for me. Linda said, your mom's going to come around, your mom's going to come around. They were closer in age, so when my mom would come down, you know, they would talk and stuff. My mom came around about 2 months before I had Caitlin.
So I'd like to fast forward. You said you moved out off of the street.
Yep.
And you moved close to another neighborhood close by.
Very close. So Homburg Road, we lived on 80th Terrace, but then we moved into a development across the street called Cypress Head.
And did you guys maintain the same kind of relationship?
A little bit less at that time. I think after Nikolas left Young Minds, she had me take my kids out of Young Minds too, and so he went somewhere else, but there was a little school called, I first put him in Discovery Preschool, and then I sent them in Mary Help of Christian. My kids went to Catholic school, and hers went to public.
So you eventually moved where? Up to Boca? And you stayed...
I moved, no, we moved to Cypress Head, and then I moved about 10 minutes away, Palmetto Park Road. You'd go down State Road 7, turn into Palmetto Park Road, and there was a development called Avalon.
Okay, and did you stay in touch with Linda and Roger and the kids?
When Roger passed away, Linda and I weren't talking.
Where were you living when Roger passed away?
I don't know. Our neighbors came over for a play date and told me. Do you know what year it was? He was about 5, right?
Yes.
So,
Roger died in August of 2004.
So it was probably in Cypress Head.
Okay, and then do you eventually leave the state of Florida and go back to New Jersey?
Yeah, not yet. I live in Avalon.
Right.
I bought a house in Avalon, and then I bought another house across the street in Avalon. And I started buying homes and kind of flipping them. I was divorced then.
Okay. So you still keep in touch with Linda, but eventually you do go back to New Jersey.
Yes, my ex-husband, and I, even though I met him in Florida, he went to high school with my brother in New Jersey, and I went to high school with his sister in New Jersey. So our parents were very close. His father got kidney cancer, and we decided it was time to bring the kids up to be around their grandparents and cousins.
Okay. Did you talk to Linda after Roger died?
Yes.
How was she after Roger died?
Depressed. Completely depressed.
And did that continue for the amount of time you spoke with her?
I mean, for a while in the beginning, yes.
Okay. So, when you're now in New Jersey, do you keep in touch with Linda? Roger has passed away, you're up in New Jersey, and she's still living in the house.
No, once I moved up to New Jersey, well, first I moved to Delray, actually, and I kept in touch with her. I lived up there in 2006 to 8.
Did you talk to her on the phone at all? Did you ever come down to see her or the boys?
Yes.
Okay. And would you come to the house when you would come see the boys?
No, and it was very strange because for the first about 4 or 5 years of their life, she would be at my house all day when the guys were at work, and then she'd get home and start cooking dinner and call me, and my husband would be like, what could she possibly need to talk to you about? She just loved talking. And so we stayed in touch. After I met my second partner. I had 3 more children. So, I mean, and then when I was in New Jersey, you know,
You're raising kids.
Yeah, we weren't talking all the time.
So did you ever come down to see her? Go to her house?
Yes. No, she started to kind of push me away. And not only me, everybody.
Who's everybody?
Her family members, like she didn't want anyone there for some reason.
Did she ever tell you why?
No.
You're shaking your head. Is that a no?
No.
Okay.
Like, because when I would talk to her, I would be telling her what was going on with my kids. And she was happy for me and my kids. And I think she was embarrassed, maybe.
She didn't share with you any of the challenges that she was having with Nikolas?
No. She shared a little bit, but not anything. I mean, she would want to talk about my kids mostly. You know what I mean? I did meet with her. We would meet. Even when I went back to Jersey, I had a magazine, and I had a conference into Breakers every September. So I would always, anytime I was going to be down here, I would come down at least 5 times a year. I would try and get in touch with her.
Okay, I want to move you forward to February 14th. Were you in touch? How did you find out about the shooting?
Okay. On TV.
Did you know that Linda had died?
I did not. I had gotten pneumonia in August of 2017, and I had it until about Thanksgiving, and I thought I was getting better. And then I got it even worse. I got sepsis, and I was sick until after Christmas.
So when you find out about the shooting, what do?
I was sick to my stomach. It was hard, like, I just couldn't believe it. I didn't even know she was, first I find out on the news she's passed away. Then I find out that Nikolas is, and the boys are with like somebody that Linda would, in my opinion, would not have ever have bothered with when I knew her. And
Let me stop you right there, Trish.
I don't mean it in a bad way.
No, don't. You're allowed to have your opinion. You're talking about before the shooting. So Linda dies November 1st of 2000.
I didn't know that.
Okay.
But I was sick myself.
Right. And you're talking about before the shooting, Nikolas and Zachary were living with somebody else?
I didn't know that until the shooting.
Okay. When you later found out, who were they living with?
They were living with Roxanne Deschamps.
And did you know Roxanne?
No.
Okay. What did you?
I mean, I've heard about her maybe a few times that, you know, Linda had a new friend that was younger than her that she could be motherly with. You know, that's how she was.
Did it surprise you that Nikolas and Zachary were living with Roxanne Deschamps?
Did it surprise me?
Yes.
Yes, it did, because as I told you, me and my husband were very young. We grew up, you know, middle class, and then we came into a lot of money, millions and millions of dollars, and we were kind of being careless. And Linda and Roger, you know, showed us how to invest money, how to get life insurance, how to, you know, we have children. They just showed us, like, taught us how to handle money and stuff.
So how did that involve Roxanne Deschamps?
It didn't,
Okay.
but if they were telling us to get life insurance and wills, I would think that Linda would have one. So I tried to reach out to Teresa Cruz, which was Roger's daughter. And when I was talking on the computer, I did it like vocally, and it spelled Linda's name, Linda. So the shooting had happened, and she said she knew that I knew Linda's name was not spelled that way, so she thought I was like a fake person trying to get in touch with her.
So what concerned you about the fact that Zachary and Nikolas were living with Roxanne Deschamps?
When I was living in New Jersey, I reached out to Linda, and Linda told me that Roxanne DeChamp's son sodomized Nicholas.
And what was his name?
Objection, Your Honor.
Rock.
Yes.
I'm only telling you what the mother told me.
Don't say anything else.
Sorry.
Okay, well, that just took a turn. That is Patricia Devaney Westerland. She was a friend of Nikolas Cruz's mother, Linda Cruz, talking about, remembering him when he was a baby, a child. But things just took a turn because then she talked about when the brothers, after the parents died, went to live with the DeChamps.
She made an allegation against the DeChamps. I'm not sure whether she has any firsthand knowledge of this, whether it's factually supported by anything. Could be rumor, innuendo, in addition to being hearsay. Granted, hearsay is admissible to some degree in the sentencing phase, but it would have to be supported by something other than sheer speculation. I suspect that there have been motions to limit testimony regarding that particular thing. If it came in, it would have to come in from a witness with firsthand knowledge, or there'd have to be support of that. So that's why we've rushed to the sidebar at this time. Certainly the state's not going to move for a motion for mistrial based on that comment, much like you would expect the defense to do. But now they're going to try and rectify the comment that was made. It's one of those situations where if you ask the jury to disregard what they just heard, they're just going to focus more on it. So, it appears from this witness's testimony, it's not the first time she's gone off script. Some of her answers are not responsive to the questions that are being asked. Granted, again, that could draw an objection from the prosecution as non-responsive, but they don't want to make it appear that they're hiding anything.
Right. Well, we have heard in reporting that the defense team, will highlight several traumas that he, endured, including alleged sexual abuse by a peer. But I don't know.
She's not the appropriate witness for this unless she has firsthand knowledge. If it's going to come in through some sort of expert or doctor who has examined Cruz and who then would be able to testify as to that, that's a proper place for it to come in. Not to come in through a former neighbor who had no contact with the family until she learned about, or recent contact rather, until she learned about the incident that both Linda Cruz and Roger had passed away, and then commenting by her own admission, she didn't know these people. Who live next door.
So the question is, now they're in a sidebar, so what's the discussion?
Well, the discussion is, should she have answered the question the way she did? And since she did, what are we going to do about it? Are we going to give what's called a curative instruction to the jurors that they should disregard that statement and it should not be allowed, that that shouldn't go into their consideration or deliberations? Again, to draw too much attention to something you don't want somebody to pay attention to is very difficult, but something is going to need to be done here. The witness will have to be admonished to not offer any answers outside the questions that she's being asked.
Now, the question also is going to be, and this is unrelated to this allegation that she just made about sexual abuse by a son of a family friend. The other question is, will it be brought up, because it is now public record, that a person by the same name, so we assume it's Patricia Westerland, had many telephone conversations in jail with the defendant. Some of the topics of conversation a little odd. And so will that be brought up in cross-examination, on direct, just to get ahead of it, because it is something that's out there that's now public record?
It's going to be the defense's choice. They're either going to try to keep the door closed, so they can't go. The state can't go into on cross-examination contact she's had with the defendant. So we'll find out. She hasn't gotten to that point yet. She hasn't asked when was the last time you had any contact with Nikolas Cruz. She may be headed in that direction, and if she does, then they're going to have to front these calls and try to deflect from what was there. Because
well, and the transcript of some of these calls, I mean, it's some bizarre stuff that they've had a conversation about, and in the defendant's own words, talking about what he can see, comments about the potential jurors during jury selection, talking about how he wanted to wear a mask so that people in the courtroom wouldn't hear him smirk. So these are some pretty damning things for the defendant.
There's also some landmines in there for the prosecution. While they would want some of those to come in, perhaps some of it might be perceived as going too far. Certainly the defense, if they're not going to bring it in themselves, they're going to try and limit how much of it comes in. Comments about the jurors may or may not be across the line. It may not be worth the prosecution doing that, but certainly comments about I'm going to wear a mask so jurors don't see me smirk or
saying,
or react.
In July, for example, he said, part of me wants to go to death row and I get in a bad place. So what does that do if you have the defendant saying that? So it's there's a lot. I think there's going to be a lot to this witness who started about an hour ago. So the question is, once they get done with this sidebar, are they going to continue? Are they going to allow the jury to take a break? This is a juror who, first of all, she's a little hard to understand because she's wearing a mask, although at times it's falling down below her nose. So it's a little bit hard for me to hear it.
She may have also been in the courtroom yesterday, which is what prompted the state to decide to invoke the rule. At this point in time, there was a woman with blonde hair wearing a blue mask sitting next to Richard Moore yesterday. So that
it looked similar. It looked like a similar person. And invoking the rule, by the way,
off come the headsets.
There we go. So let's listen.
Here.
This is a good time to take a lunch break. It is 12:15-ish. I have this I don't know what you call it, a clock that doesn't correct itself. It's like old school, I guess you could say. And it's a few minutes behind. So it says it's about 12:13. I'm going to ask that you please be back at 1:30. Please do not discuss the case among yourselves. And don't discuss any of the testimony. Please leave your notepads behind. If there's any evidence that's being passed around, you can go ahead and just leave it on the ledge. It will be there for you when you get back. Just make sure you don't take any of it with you. It looks like there isn't any, so that's fine. Other than that, have a nice lunch, and we'll see you back here at 1:30.
So the rule that we were talking about was the rule of sequestration, which the prosecution had invoked, which means
that if you're a witness who's going to testify in this trial, you're not allowed to be in the courtroom or now with technology to watch the live feed of the trial, because that would allow you to hear another witness's testimony, which would perhaps influence your testimony one way or the other. So now any witness who's going to testify can't watch the live feed over the internet or on television, nor can they be present in the courtroom. We might get some more about this sidebar now.
All right, let's see if we can take a listen. If there is audio from the courtroom. There's still a picture.
Well, then, to continue, they obviously reached a point in this discussion about what the witness said, coupled with how much longer the witness's testimony was going to be, that they were not going to keep the jury in the courtroom. That doesn't mean that they're going to be in the courtroom. Now, part of the reason why we're not having any audio is that if they're going to talk about the witness and her testimony, they're going to excuse her while they make legal arguments because they don't want her to hear what was going on. She couldn't while they had the headphones on.
Right. There are some of the loved ones of the victims who've been in the courtroom just about every day. Debbie Hickson and some of her friends, Luke Hoyer's dad, the Dwarettes, are there. Did not see Fred Guttenberg. He's been a presence just about every day. Looks like that's Patricia Oliver, Joaquin Oliver's mom. They've been watching occasionally when you see the camera pan to them. They have a little bit of a nonplussed look, maybe even a little bit of a look of contempt, listening to the defense trying to make the argument that this shooter's life should be spared.
When their next of kins were not spared in any way, shape, or form by the actions he took, some of them, looking face down or facing the barrel of a gun, right before they died. We heard all that tragic testimony earlier, but, getting back to the witnesses, who have testified thus far, another colorful witness here and one who doesn't seem to answer necessarily all the questions she's being asked, and by her going off script now, she may have posed a potential problem for the defense here, and they need to find a way to rein her in, because it's not going to get any better on cross-examination. And, you know, from what we've heard from her so far, she was a neighbor of the Cruzes. She got, by her own admission and a question she wasn't really asked, got advice from them on financial planning, how to, you know, care for the future of their children, and she was sort of all over the place here, some of which is helpful to the state, that Linda Cruz cared a lot for her child. She wanted only the best for her child, some of which helpful to the defense, talking about the way he acted out, the way he behaved, feeding into this developmental issue, which touches on fetal alcohol syndrome.
But the state could also argue, look, all these witnesses are saying he came from a loving home, he got great care, and this is still what happened. All right, they're taking a lunch break. They're going to be back. What did they say, 2 o'clock?
1:30.
Oh, 1:30.
Short lunch today.
Short lunch. Let's do it. We'll see you back at 1:30. Good afternoon. This is the sentencing of the Parkland school shooter. I'm Janine Stanwood, along with our legal analyst David Weinstein. It is day 2 of the defense's case. Let's take a listen.
Not only to the defendant, but pursuant to the case law, it also applies to the state. In this situation, we have the declarant is Miss Linda Cruz, who is deceased, who's not going to be called as a witness to testify. So I guess, Ms. McNeil, I'll ask you, how would the state be able to rebut this hearsay statement from this witness that was allegedly made by Linda Cruz when she's not only not being called as a witness, but she is deceased?
Judge, actually,
Okay.
I may address it. Thank you.
Ms. Curtis.
So, first, Judge, and I just want to put this on the record. I mean, the court already alluded to it, but I just, the statute actually provides that any such evidence that the court deems to have probative value may be received regardless of its admissibility under the exclusionary rules of evidence, provided the defendant is afforded a fair opportunity to rebut any hearsay statements. Now, I'm familiar with the cases that the court provided in the state, but what I would argue is that the statute is unambiguous. It gives the defense a right, the opportunity to rebut, that it doesn't give the state. And the purpose of that, or the reason behind that, is that once a defendant is convicted of first-degree murder, the state is assured a punishment. They are not assured of the death penalty, but they are assured of a punishment, whereas the defendant in a capital sentencing proceeding is fighting for his life. I would, just by way of demonstration, cite to Warnos versus State, 644 Southern 2nd 1012, and they don't actually talk about this particular issue, but the judge, it lays out the judge's findings with regard to aggravation and mitigation. And there, the defendant, it says, as a child, the defendant was allegedly physically abused in the homes in which she was raised. Hearsay testimony from the defendant's adoptive mother presented evidence that the defendant's grandfather, characterized as an alcoholic, allegedly inflicted physical abuse on the defendant. These statements purportedly came from the defendant and a childhood friend. The state presented rebuttal evidence in the form of hearsay testimony from an investigator in the Citrus County Sheriff's Department. This investigator traveled to Michigan and interviewed the family members of the defendant who denied that any physical abuse occurred within the home. Additionally, the state presented evidence that the same childhood friend who allegedly told the adoptive mother of the abuse denied any such knowledge. And Judge, on December 29th of 2021, the state took the deposition of Fanae Brown. This is a different deposition, not the one that the court just reviewed. That was her perpetuated testimony. This was just a regular discovery deposition. And at page 53, she says to the state, are you aware that Nikolas was molested at 10 years old? So the state was on notice of this December 29th, 2021. The state then deposed Trish Devaney on January 25th, 2022, chose not to ask about it, knowing she was a neighborhood friend, knew the Cruzes back then. They did discuss it with Paul Gold, Zachary Cruz, And then they took Richard Moore's deposition in June. The state's doctors talked about it with Mr. Cruz. The state also listed, I think probably very early on, maybe in its first discovery submission, the mother of the child who allegedly inflicted this abuse. They could have discussed it with her. The state has had numerous opportunities to try to rebut it. They could have this person come in, Rocky, and say, I never did any of that. They could have Roxanne come in and say, my son didn't do that, or no one ever said anything to me about it. They have had opportunities. If they chose not to take them, that's on them. But hearsay is admissible. This is mitigation. This is evidence that typically jurors find mitigating, and the defense should be able to present it because the state has had an opportunity. They can have other witnesses come in and say, that didn't happen, or nobody knew about that, nobody told me, no, there was never any police report filed, just like they would impeach any other evidence.
They have to be given the opportunity to rebut the evidence, not through another hearsay witness, but through the witness who made the statement that you're proffering, that you're attempting to put before the jury.
Well, I don't think that's, with all due respect, I disagree with that. And what the Warnos case is saying is when the state learned through hearsay evidence that the defendant was claiming she was abused, she said it and her friend said it, and the defendant is obviously unavailable in a criminal case. The friend, for whatever reason, then later did not, but they launched their own investigation. They tried to find evidence to rebut that, not by calling the person who said it, but talking to other family members. Well, they did actually find that person, but, and they could go talk to Rocky, who could say, I never did that, and they could bring him down here, and they could have him testify. They have had an opportunity to rebut it. They could rebut it. It's not the person who said it, it's the statement that was said. Can they rebut the fact that Mr. Cruz was sexually molested as a child? If they have evidence that rebuts that, whether it's circumstantial or otherwise, they can look for it, they can try to get it. They never even asked Trish about this in depo, and they could have.
State, do you want to respond?
First of all, she mentioned B'nai Browd. B'nai Browd's source of information was at least triple hearsay. She testified in deposition that someone from New York, I don't recall the name of that person as I'm standing here, I think it was one of Roger Cruz's children, told her, B'nai Browd, that she was told by Linda Cruz that this occurred. Now, someone told Linda Cruz apparently, and so it was such triple hearsay that Mr. Secor didn't even proffer it, or didn't even try to get it in the perpetuated testimony of Ms. Browd. One of the hearsay statements that the defense has mentioned earlier was from Mary Hamill. Mary Hamill said in a statement to the commission that Linda Cruz said that Zach and Nick Cruz were molested, and then she also says it didn't happen. So I'm not sure what that statement meant. The state took the deposition of Zach Cruz. He denied knowing that he wasn't sexually abused, that he didn't know anything about the defendant being sexually abused, but he heard it being discussed after the shooting that someone mentioned about him being sexually abused. So the state did make efforts. Paul Gold was also interviewed and taken a statement from him, and Paul Gold's statement was that he heard it after the shooting as well. And so he had his knowledge was nothing but hearsay. To our knowledge, we've never been able to interview Roxanne Deschamps or Rocky Deschamps, as it's our information that they were deported to Canada and have not will not cooperate in investigation or in the case at all. So we've had no opportunity to reach them because they've been deported or not available to even come to the United States. So we have had no information to support this hearsay upon hearsay upon hearsay. And then finally, the only person who could testify who may have direct information about that might be the defendant himself. And if the defendant testified, and he was asked about it by one of our experts, and I believe the statement was, I believe it's 75%. He may have told that to one of his own doctors. I cannot recall who he told what at this moment, but it might have happened. But he can't say if it really happened or not. So if he testifies to that, then it wouldn't be hearsay if he was the victim of it. But this is, so Your Honor, what we would ask is that the court strike the testimony, instruct the jury to disregard it, and we move in limine that it not be brought up by the defense again. The way it was brought up in this question was, why would you not like or not think that Linda would want Roxanne Chance to have them live with her? And out of the blue, she comes up with this. And it's the first time that we've heard that she had any knowledge of this. So we would ask that, move in limine, that the defense not bring it up unless they proffer how it could be fairly rebutted.
The cases only say that they have to have an opportunity. The cases don't say if the state doesn't find absolute proof that it's a false statement, then it can't be, then that's the only time the defense can present it so that they can actually come back and rebut it. Just an opportunity, which they have had. They have known about this since December of 2021. They could have picked up a phone and called. I mean, phones still work even if you're deported. They could have called them, and if they had favorable testimony, I'm sure there are steps that can be taken to have them come in to testify. But they have had opportunities, and they have asked witnesses. And if they want to have Zachary Cruz sit up on that stand and say, I don't know anything about that, maybe that happened to him, I don't know, it didn't happen to me, and if somebody says it did, they're lying. Well, they can't say that, but then they can do that. They aren't given a specific right to be able to specifically rebut with certain evidence. They've had the opportunity to find evidence, and they have. They've found lots of people who aren't going to corroborate that. Let them present that. But we have people who were, at the time, Trish, at the time, she didn't say this, find out about it after the shooting. She's saying she knew about it back then.
Just to be clear, the hearsay is from Linda Cruz. We can't rebut Linda Cruz.
I understand. I think the case law is crystal clear on this. And even though I'm only bringing up the case that I found that says the state has the same right as the defense to be able to rebut the testimony, there are other cases that say when the alleged declarant is deceased, the defense doesn't have an opportunity to rebut that evidence, and therefore it's not allowed. And I can get you that site, but I think the way that, Ms. Curtis, respectfully, that you are construing the case law is just not accurate, or that you have a completely different understanding than what I do. With that, I am sustaining the state's objection. I am going to instruct the jury to disregard it, and I am also going to order that unless you proffer to the court ahead of time that this type of hearsay statement from any other witness not be presented to the jury without a pretrial ruling from this court.
Your Honor, I'm going to need, I need to proffer the testimony that I would elicit.
Sure.
So I don't know if you want to do that before we bring the jury in.
Yes, I do.
I mean now or later, whatever, however you want to do it. We can do it now.
All right, is she here?
We can get her.
So that, David, was a kind of a blow for the state, but a blow for the defense, but a victory for the state. The statement that was made before we went to break about allegations of sexual abuse that cannot be entered now into evidence.
Correct, and sort of coming in secondhand, not really in direct response to the question that was asked. The state objected, and their request was to strike her answer, to instruct the jury to disregard her answer, and that the defense be precluded from making any reference to those allegations until they can submit a factual basis to the judge.
That's
for her
the
to
family
rule on
friend,
it.
by the way, who's walking in the courtroom, Patricia Devaney Westerland. She was a friend of the defendant's now deceased mother. She was asked about why she was concerned about the fact that Nikolas and his brother were living with this other family friend, and then she just sort of, blurted out something about, alleged sexual abuse. The state says, listen, we should be able to produce this.
They brought her back in. The jury's not there.
Counsel for the defendant is going to ask you some questions, then we're going to bring the jury in, then she's going to ask you some additional questions, and then the state will have the opportunity to ask their questions. Okay?
Sure, yes.
All right, thank you.
Trish, I'm going to ask you some questions outside of the presence of the jury. These are questions that the court has ruled are not admissible, okay? But I'm going to ask them to you so that they're on the record. Okay,
Sure.
so just answer truthfully.
Yes.
Before we went on a break, I asked you if you were surprised that Nick and Zachary were living with Roxanne DeChamps. Do you remember me asking that question?
Yes, I do.
And I believe your response was, I was surprised because Linda had told you that Rocky had sodomized him. Is that correct?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you recall approximately what year Linda called you and told you that, or you called
I
Linda?
called her.
Okay.
I was living in New Jersey. I had 3 more kids at the time, so I was really busy. I had 6 kids. I would say, I'm just going to answer the best of my ability.
That's all we ask
Okay.
that you do.
It may have been, I lived there in the one house when I remember that it was in my Laurel Avenue house. I lived on Laurel Avenue. I remember it was in that house that she told me over the phone. And so it had to be sometime after maybe 2010 to 2014.
And can you tell us the content of that conversation that you had with Linda Cruz? And if you could move up so that the court reporter can hear you, please.
I would call her and tell her how my kids were doing. And she was always so happy to hear everything. She didn't really let me know what was going on with her. But at that time, she was very upset. And she had told me that her neighbor's older son, she walked into the Nikolas's room, I believe, and saw him sodomizing Nikolas.
So what was the name of the neighbor?
Roxanne DeChamps and Paul Gold.
Okay. And what was the name of her eldest son?
Rock.
You know him as Rock?
Yeah.
Okay. And Linda told you she walked in and Rocky was sodomizing
Let's
Nicholas.
let the witness put it in her own words, please.
She said that she walked into Nikolas's room and that Rock was sodomizing her son.
Okay. So she personally observed this action?
Yes.
Okay. And what did she do as a result of observing this? That she told you?
The best that I can recall was she was going to go to, I guess, the authorities, but the boy's mother sent him to Canada to live with his father.
Okay. So the mother, Roxanne, sent Rock to Canada?
Yes.
Do you know if that in fact happened?
I don't.
Okay. Did you have any other conversations with Linda about this sexual abuse?
I have had a couple members of her family
Other members of her family?
Yeah, that also knew. Her niece, Christina. Also, Roxanne's, I don't know if they were married or boyfriend, Paul Gold, said that he was horrified when Linda told him.
Okay, so Linda, you know or you believe that Linda told Paul Gold the same information?
Paul Gold wrote on Facebook.
Hold on just a second.
I'm sorry.
I'm going to sustain an objection. Ms. McNeil, please ask open-ended questions. This is direct examination.
I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. Did you talk to Paul Gold?
After the shooting happened, Nikolas had hired a lawyer to do with Linda's estate. Her name was Audra Simovich. She had gotten in contact with me just to see if I could get in touch with somebody in the family. It was before the shooting, I think. No, wait. I don't know. No, it was after the shooting. So Audra, we got in touch by Facebook Messenger, and that's when I told you I tried to reach out to Teresa Cruz. I hadn't really spoken to her in a while, and I messaged her, but I messaged her spelling Linda's name wrong, and it was after the shooting, so she didn't think it was really me. Then I reached out to her again, and after I reached out to her again, I was telling her that Audra was looking for someone in the family to help the boys with the estate, because she had told me that she had seen some red flags with Roxanne and with the boys.
So let's focus on Paul Gold. Did you have communication with Paul Gold?
Audra Simovich asked me to call him.
Okay, and did you call him?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and what happened during that conversation?
First, I messaged him and told him who I was and asked him if he would call me or I could call him. And we did. We talked.
What did you talk about? And I know you may have talked about a lot of things, but in relation to this.
At that point, I did not talk to him about this.
Okay.
Okay. What happened was, after Audra told me that she thought Roxanne was maybe taking advantage of the children,
I can't understand what she's saying.
Okay. After Audra said that she was seeing some red flags with the estate with Roxanne DeChamps, she asked me to call Paul Gold again, and I did. And Paul and I kind of talked, we started talking a little bit, and somebody named Gina Navarro put on Facebook that Nikolas was sexually abused.
Okay.
I don't know who she is. And a New York Post reporter named Laurie Mazarhi left a message on my messenger. It said, Paul Gold has given me your number because he wants to talk to me about Nikolas being sexually abused, and he would like you to back him up. And I didn't want to get involved with the newspaper.
Okay. Anybody else that you communicated with that had information about the sexual abuse?
Well, after Gina Navarro put it on Facebook, Roxanne, unfortunately, in the moment, somebody asked me and I said, yes, it was true. And Roxanne then sent me a message that she was going to sue me and that Nikolas was alive and that she told him, the boys told her that Linda and Roger did not know me, my kids, and that we were fake people, and probably Paul Gold put us up to it.
Okay. I understand there's a whole backstory with that, but I just want to focus on anybody that told you that Rocky had molested Nikolas. You've said you were told by Linda and then by Mr. Gold. Anyone else?
I reached out to Christina.
Objection. There's no testimony that Paul Gold told her that.
I have
She
a,
hasn't testified to that.
I have a message.
Hold on, ma'am, when the attorney
I'm sorry,
objection,
I'm sorry.
you have to just wait a minute.
Sure.
So that I can listen to what they're saying, and then I will give you instructions, okay? I'm sorry, Mr. Marcus, would you repeat that?
Ms. McNeil said that there was testimony from her that Paul Gold told her. I haven't seen that testimony yet or heard that.
Ms. McNeil?
Did Paul Gold tell you that Rocky DeChamp sexually molested Nicholas?
He wrote it on Facebook.
Okay. And then you were just getting ready to say something about Christina? Who is Christina?
Christina is Linda's niece. It was her brother's daughter.
Okay.
She moved in with Linda and Roger when they lived in New York from about age 14 to 18.
Okay. Did you have any conversations with Miss McDonald about
Yes.
Rocky
Yes.
molesting Nicholas?
Well, I actually called her up because Teresa didn't want to get involved with the estate. So I reached out to Christina because Linda talked all the time to Teresa and Christina. I reached out to Christina and I told her that Roxanne DeChamps was telling people that I didn't know Linda and that she said she was going to sue me. And she said, Tricia, everything you said was true. You've done nothing wrong. You have nothing to worry about.
Okay, now I don't know when you say everything you said is true. I just want to focus on the sexual abuse.
Yes.
Was she referring specifically to the sexual abuse?
Objection, call for speculation.
Well,
Ma'am.
I'm sorry.
The objection's
I've
overruled.
never been in court. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
The objection's overruled. You can answer.
I Facebook Messenger Christine, okay, and I was upset because Roxanne was putting this publicly on Facebook that she was going to sue me and I'd be homeless and all this stuff. And I said to Christina, I knew that Christina knew about the sexual abuse. She told me. And so I said, Roxanne is saying she's going to sue me because I said, yes, it's true on Facebook.
Yes, what is true?
That Roxanne, when I said yes, he was molested,
Okay.
Roxanne said that she was going to sue me because they were minors and that it was illegal and that she was going to sue me and own my home. And then I got upset and I messaged Christina and Christina said, everything you said is true. I have the message, I could give it to you. And she said, you have nothing to worry about.
Okay.
And she said, Nicholas is alive. You know, other people know. I think her mother knew. And I wasn't the only person who knew.
Okay, no, I understand. I just want to know who else told you. And that's
Okay.
anybody else besides what you've just testified to?
No.
Okay. Do you have any questions, Mr. Murphy? Or do you want, okay, so you have to do it now. Your Honor, that would conclude our proffer.
Okay, can we bring the jury in?
So, Trish, we're not going to discuss
Okay.
I think you need to be more specific. So my ruling is that there's going to be no mention of anyone telling you that the defendant was raped, sodomized, whatever word that you would be inclined to use. You can't testify to that. Do you understand?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
So there was an objection to that testimony by that family friend about alleged
Nobody else is
abuse.
going to bring it up.
Correct, based on it being hearsay from someone who was deceased, Linda Cruz, and now mentioning a second witness.
Am I allowed to answer? If you
Okay.
think a question.
Okay.
If you're unsure about anything, you can ask me, and I will.
Okay.
I will let you know what you're supposed to do.
Okay, thank you.
The court sustained the objection that was made by the state. She's going to instruct the jury to disregard the statement that was made now 2 hours ago, and that it should be stricken from the record. And she specifically ruled that the defense cannot make any mention of any sexual abuse that was committed upon the defendant unless they set forth the factual basis outside the presence of the jury before they do so.
Because hearsay can be entered.
It can be admitted at this stage of the proceedings. Remember, not the guilt phase right now. This is the penalty phase, and as the defense attorney pointed out, there's a presumption that the defendant is going to be held accountable either through a death sentence or a life sentence, and so that's why hearsay to a limited degree is allowed here. However, the argument was that the person who made the hearsay statement, Linda Cruz, is deceased, so they can't confront her with it.
And there's no public record because there's no police report, just too many question marks.
There's no realistic way for the state to rebut the hearsay statement, which is what's required under the case law.
So now the jury's going to come in, they're going to be told, listen, forget about what you just heard before lunch, and we're going to move on.
Correct.
Okay, everyone may be seated. Members of the jury, before the break, we began the testimony of the witness who is currently on the witness stand, Ms. Trish Devaney Westerland. There was a statement made by the witness regarding something that was told to her about sodomy. You are to disregard that statement. It is not for consideration before you as evidence in this case. Defense, whenever you're ready, and you continue.
Okay, Trish, I think that we ended by talking, you were aware that the shooting had happened.
Yes.
February 14th,
Yes.
2018. And since that date, have you had any communication? Have you spoken to Mr. Cruz at all?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me how have you seen Nick in person?
I came down and had a video.
I can't understand.
I had a video visit with him here before COVID.
Okay.
I have 6 kids. I don't think he's had visits. I think it was, so we just started communicating by the telephone.
So you initially had a video visit, and now you take his phone calls from the
Yes.
county jail. Okay. And how long have you been doing that?
I don't know, about 4 months. I'm not sure really.
Okay. Why are you doing that?
Why am I taking his phone calls?
Yes.
Because, I've known him since he's a baby. It's different. And I knew the family, and I have 3 children. I have 3 children, older children, and 3 younger children that don't have a second parent. And if something happened to me, I would hope that one of my friends would step up and be there for my child.
Have you given any money or put any money in Nicholas's account that you can remember?
Once, maybe.
Okay. Do you intend to continue communicating with Nick?
Yes, I do.
Okay, regardless of what his sentence is?
Yes.
May I have a moment, please?
You may.
How often do you speak with Nick on the phone?
Nick calls me quite often. Maybe some weeks, maybe 4 times a week. On the weekends, I'm usually harder to get, so almost probably at least every other day or something like that. 4 or 5 times a week, maybe.
What do you guys talk about?
I just listen to him. I know that he doesn't, he's in here and he's by himself. So,
Does he ever say anything that's offensive or inappropriate to you?
yes, jokingly.
Okay. And the last time you had spoken to him would have been when he was how old before this incident?
Spoken to him,
Yes.
I would say maybe about, he was probably about 12 maybe.
And then you started talking to him again when he's about 22?
Yes. No, yes, I had the first visit shortly after when he was still 18.
Okay. And when you started talking to him, did he sound the way you had expected him to sound?
Yes.
And that would mean what?
Being I have 4 boys and 2 girls, it's just my own, just for me, he talks like probably about my 11-year-old. He's funny, he likes to tell jokes. He calls me up with knock-knock jokes and just random stuff. He likes to hear about his father because he doesn't really remember much about his father. I remind him that his mother loved him more than anything, and that obviously she would be very upset with him, but she would still be there for him.
And that's what you intend?
That's how I feel.
And that's what you intend to do?
Yes, I do.
I have no further questions. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Ms. Westerlund. I'd like to start by getting this timeline straight with you. Seems like you've been back and forth from New Jersey and Florida quite a bit. So my understanding now is that you live in New Jersey.
Yes.
Is that correct? And you've lived there for 14 years, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and how many times have you been back to Florida in those 14 years?
100.
And you've not seen the defendant one time in that 14 years, with the exception of the visit at the jail?
No.
And you've not seen Linda Cruz during that
I
time?
did not say that. That was not ever said. Linda Cruz never invited.
Wait, stop. Which question are you answering? My question is, you have not seen Nikolas Cruz in the past 14 years, with the exception of the visit in the jail. Is that a true statement?
I moved away in 2008.
You're not answering my question. You've been gone from the state of Florida for 14 years, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and other than the visit in the jail with the defendant, have you seen him any other time during those visits?
Since I left Florida.
Correct.
Yes, I have.
In 2008.
Yes, I have.
You've seen the defendant other than just the one time in the jail?
Yes, I have.
When was that?
Sugar Sand Park.
I'm sorry?
Sugar Sand Park on Palmetto Park Road, I think.
What year was that? Didn't you live there in 2006?
What?
Didn't you live on Palmetto Park Road in 2006?
No, I lived in Delray Beach.
You lived where?
I lived in Delray Beach.
All right, you've moved.
I come to Florida all the time.
I don't think you're understanding the question. Let's just go through the timeline. In 1998, you lived in Parkland, Florida, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you lived on the same street as Linda and Roger Cruz,
Yeah.
correct? Okay.
Yeah.
And you lived there until about 2002, correct?
Is that what you say?
I'm not saying it, I'm asking you.
I lived there for 4 years, I think.
Okay, do you recall moving to, I think it was Cypress Hill or Cypress Creek?
Yes, five minutes from.
Okay, it's still in Parkland, right?
Yep.
Okay, and you lived there until 2004, correct?
Yes.
And then you moved to Boca, correct?
Yes.
And then you were there till 2006, correct?
Yes.
And then you moved to Delray, 2008.
Yes.
Okay, then you moved to New Jersey.
Yes.
Okay, so when was the last time you saw the defendant before you moved in 2008, or excuse me, between 2008 and 2014? I'm sorry, 2008 and 2022, for the 14 years.
As I told you, I would reach out to Linda. Linda didn't tell me that what was going on with the boys.
Right, but reaching out to Linda is reaching out to Linda. You didn't physically see Nikolas Cruz.
Yes, I did.
When?
I don't know the exact years, but I would come down to the breakers every summer, at least once or twice, and she would not want me to come to her house, which I thought was odd, and she would always say, we went to some, like, pizza place once, where you get your own ice cream and pizza, I don't know the name of it.
Okay, so virtue by what you're telling me, you did not see him because Linda said you guys didn't.
We met at a restaurant once. We met at a park. Okay, and I talked to her. I had 3 young children.
I'm not asking you.
I had 6 kids.
Children.
Okay. Oh my God.
If you don't know the answer, then I guess you just don't know whether or not you saw him more than.
I did see him more. I did see him more
Hold
than.
on. Everyone, stop talking, please. Stop talking. Okay, what is the objection, please?
Counsel was being extremely argumentative and not giving the witness an opportunity to answer her question.
Okay,
May I respond?
you can ask it one more time. Ma'am, just try to answer the question. I haven't heard an answer. You need to just listen to the attorney's question. If you need her to clarify it, please slow down, explain the question, and then answer the question, okay?
Yes.
Thank you.
My question is simply whether you were in the physical presence of this defendant any time during 2008 and 2022, which I have referred to as the 14 years that you have not lived in the state of Florida.
Yes, I have.
Okay, when was that?
I don't recall the exact years.
Okay, all right. Let's go back to when you were first living with Linda, or not living on the street with Linda and Marjorie Cruz. That was in 1998, and you were very close with Linda. That's correct, right?
Yeah.
And you got pregnant with Caitlin.
Yes.
And that was 1999.
Yes.
And she helped you a lot during that pregnancy.
Yes.
Okay. And you watched her with her own children throughout that time, and she was a wonderful mother.
Yes.
Doted on her kids, gave them everything.
Yes.
Okay. And now you testified on direct that you didn't know the children were adopted.
I knew they were adopted.
When did you learn they were adopted?
I knew they were adopted always.
Well, you mentioned that she didn't want people to know.
No, I didn't say that.
You didn't.
I said that I said, okay, everyone on the street knew that the kids were adopted.
Okay.
Okay. She said in front of them when they were young, talking with adults, that they were adopted. Okay. But I thought that the boys would have known that. And then I found out that she didn't tell them until they were teenagers.
Okay, well, what's wrong with that? I mean, she just didn't tell them. I mean, that doesn't not make her a great mom, right?
I'm not saying it makes her a bad or good mom.
So it doesn't matter that she didn't tell the kids till later on.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm just asking you. I mean, what difference does it make? It doesn't, right? She was still a great mom, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you said on direct that you had made a lot of observations of the defendant when he was little. He was playing with your children and other children, and that was from the years of 1998 to 2002. Would you say that's when the bulk of your observations were?
Probably till 2004.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Probably till 2004.
Okay, and that was when you were in the other Parkwood neighborhood?
Yes.
Okay, so then those observations would have been up till the defendant was about 4 or 5, would you say?
He was born in 1998, so yes.
Okay. But the kids did play well together, correct?
Yes, he played very well with my daughter.
Okay. And he was actually very close with your daughter, Caitlin?
Yes.
Okay. And they went to the same preschool together?
Yes.
Okay. And when you moved to Boca in 2004, how often did you see Linda?
Linda and I had a falling out. I think it was right about then. And I was also going through a divorce at that time.
So you didn't speak with her much?
There were many times when we had fallings out where we wouldn't speak for months.
During those periods, so would it go months or even years where you didn't see the Cruz children?
I mean, yeah, there were times where I didn't see them in years.
Okay. Would you say 2004 to 2006 was one of those that period of time?
No.
You saw the children during 2004 and 2006?
Yes.
How often?
Well, can I ask you a question? What year Roger Cruz died? I forgot. I think.
Sorry, I can't.
Okay. I think that his father died when he was about 5 years old.
I'm so sorry. I'm still not understanding you.
Okay.
Can you get closer to the microphone?
Yeah. Linda and I had a falling out when her husband passed away. And I reached back out to her, obviously.
Okay. Let me stop you because, just so we're on the same timeline. Roger Cruz died in 2004. So was that in the year of 2004 or was that in 2003?
We had a falling out about a month before he passed away.
Okay. So you didn't know he had died?
No.
And she didn't call you?
No.
You found out from another source?
A neighbor.
I'm sorry?
One of our neighbors.
Okay. And then you called Linda?
Yes.
Did you go to the funeral?
No.
So sometime after 2004, after Roger died, did you guys make up?
Yes.
And when was that?
When Roger died, one of our neighbors from the original street, Northwest 80th Terrace, came over and told me, and I reached out to her. And then we started speaking again. At that time, I had a miscarriage, and I was divorced and in another relationship. I had 3 kids. I started having my own stuff go on, and we kind of drifted. But when we did talk, it was just like we didn't, we would not maybe talk for 8 months or a year, and then we would talk, and it would be like just everything was, catching up. Yeah.
Okay. During the times that you in between your falling outs, so when you were speaking, did you get together with the kids?
Yes, if we were speaking.
If you were speaking, right? And
Yeah.
that would be between 2004 and 2006?
Yes.
Okay, obviously after that, when you moved to Boca and Del Rey, how often were you getting together with the Cruzes?
When I would come down to I was divorced then. My ex-husband still lived in Parkland. So if I were coming down maybe to get the kids, I would call her and see if she wanted to go to Liberty Park. I was in another relationship. At 2006, I was pregnant. And I had a hard pregnancy. And I was going up to New Jersey a lot then.
Okay. And you never saw Linda drink ever, did you?
I saw her drink maybe about 3 or 4 times.
Do you recall making a statement different from that?
Yeah, I said she does. Okay, somebody told me after all this happened, the shooting.
I'm not asking you what anyone told you. I'm asking you, you never saw Linda drink ever, did you?
Well, actually, no, I didn't see her drink.
The answer is no, correct?
I didn't see her drink, actually, no.
And who told you that she had been drinking? Or where did you learn that?
Somebody told me that Linda was drinking, and I said, no, I didn't believe that.
What was that?
It was right after the shooting.
Right after the shooting?
A neighbor from 80th Terrace.
Okay. So let's move forward then. So when did you first hear about the shooting?
The day it happened.
Okay. And when did you find out that Nikolas Cruz was the shooter?
The day it happened.
Okay. I mean, did you put 2 and 2 together and realize that was the same Nikolas Cruz that used to play with your daughter?
Yes.
Okay. And You said you came to visit him in the jail.
Yes.
When was that?
I think it was May after the shooting.
So May 2018.
Yes.
Okay. And when was the next time you went to visit him?
I didn't.
Okay. And so when was the next time you got involved in this case?
I had asked to visit him, and they told me that they were not having visits, okay, with COVID or something.
Okay, so that's the jail. So did you call the defense attorneys, or did they call you?
Well, I think that they originally reached out to me.
Okay, and what year was that?
2018.
The defense reached out to you in 2018.
Yeah, I don't know if I called them or they called me, I have to be honest with you.
Okay, and did you give them a statement?
I mean, when I had a fight with Roxanne DeChamps,
Okay.
I had a fight with her on Facebook.
All right, well,
And
what year was that?
2018.
Okay, so this is all happening in 2018.
Yes.
Was the first time that you learned about Roxanne DeChamps after the shooting?
No.
When did you learn about her?
I knew that Linda had a new neighbor with a young son, and I knew that she had a friend with a young son. I didn't know exactly it was Roxanne DeChamps.
So you had known there was a neighbor, but you didn't know the name.
Correct.
When did you learn of her name?
I think through Audra Simovich.
I'm sorry.
I think through Audra Simovich,
That's how you learned, but when? What year?
2018.
Okay, so until 2018, so you didn't know who Roxanne DeChamps was, other than there was a neighbor.
Yes.
Okay. And somehow you two hooked up on, or not hooked up, but got connected on Facebook?
Yes.
And by what connection?
I told you somebody named Gina Navarro posted something about Nikolas, okay? And Roxanne and I kind of got into a fight.
Okay, and is that the point you learned that she was Linda's old neighbor?
Yes.
Okay. And how long did that fight go on for?
Just the one day.
It was just a one-day on Facebook ordeal?
Yes.
Okay. Now, fast forward to when you were contacted in this case. What year was that?
Right after the shooting.
Someone from the defense called you right after the shooting?
No, not from the defense. Audra Simovich, his estate lawyer.
Okay. I'm talking about the lawyers in this case. Did anyone from the lawyers in this case, lawyers sitting over here, contact you in 2018?
Either I contacted them or they contacted me after I had a fight with Roxanne on Facebook.
Okay.
I don't remember if I called them or they called me.
Well, what would prompt you to call them after a fight with Roxanne?
Judge, I'm going to ask for a sidebar, please. Sure. Just 1 minute, please. I'm
Okay.
going to speak with the lawyers, ma'am, and we'll be back with you shortly.
Okay.
Okay, so quick sidebar right here. Once again, this is the defense's fifth witness, Trish Devaney Westerland, who's that family friend. She's being cross-examined right now by the prosecution, basically trying to get a sense of when she spoke to Nikolas Cruz, when she spoke to his mom, had the falling out. What is the defense trying to do or what is the state, trying to do right now?
What the state's trying to do right now is establish that the testimony that she gave during direct examination about her relationship with Linda Cruz, with Nikolas, with Zachary, and everything she observed and saw was constrained to a short period of time when she was a neighbor to the Cruz family, and that at some point she moved away and that she had no contact and didn't resume again until it appeared the time he was arrested or sometime shortly before.
All right, so
You said that, do you recall having any conversations with the defense in 2019?
I don't know. I don't know.
When was when was the last time that anyone from the defense had reached out to you in 2021?
I know I tried to reach out to them to see if I could see Nikolas again.
Do you know what year that was?
It was when they said that there was no visiting because of COVID. I don't know exactly when.
So that would have been 2020?
Yes.
Okay. So were you aware that you became a listed witness in this case in October of 2021?
Yes.
Okay. When did you become aware of that?
I don't recall.
Would it have been around that time?
I don't recall. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't recall.
Okay. Did you know when the defendant pled in this case?
Excuse me?
Do you know when the defendant pled in this case?
I know that he did. I don't know exactly when.
Okay. And you gave us a deposition in January of 2022?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And in April of 2022 is when you started taking the defendant's calls.
Okay.
Is that true?
If you say it is.
I'm not putting words in your mouth. I'm just asking you questions.
I don't recall when we started talking. I would say, listen, I have 6 kids. I'm a single mother. I really don't recall. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not going to answer something I can't answer.
How did he get your number?
I must have given it to Melissa and Kate.
Okay. And you said just have him call me whenever?
No, I had wanted to see him, and COVID was going on. So after that had all happened, I wanted to reach out to him just to see how he was doing and, if he needed anything and if I could help in any way.
So you gave the defense your number to give to the defendant in
Yes, I did.
In 2018?
I don't know when it was.
You didn't give it to him when you were at the jail visiting him in 2018?
No, I didn't give it to him.
And so since April of 2022, he's called you 169 times?
If you say so.
Does that sound about right?
Could be.
And you've taken all the calls?
No, I don't take all of his calls.
How many would you say you take?
I take a lot of his calls. I don't take all of his calls.
And you were asked on direct if the defendant asks you anything inappropriate?
Yes.
And he does, doesn't he?
Yes.
And
yes.
okay. And despite all that, despite that you had a falling out with Linda, and despite the fact that he says inappropriate things to you, you're here today to testify because of your loyalty to Linda Cruz and what a great mom she was to her kids.
She was a great mom to her kids.
Okay. So
and she was a great friend to me.
So the answer is yes?
Yes.
May I have a moment?
You may.
There's nothing further. Thank you.
Okay. Is there anything else? Thank you.
Just a few questions, Trish, and then you're done.
No, sure.
So using the state's timeline, moving to New Jersey in 2008 and till 2022, those 14 years. You don't remember the date that you sat with Nikolas and Zachary Cruz, did you, in that time period of 2008 to 2022?
No, I don't.
Do you remember where you met the family or met Linda and Zachary and Nikolas? Do you remember a place where you guys were at?
Wait, you mean after I moved back to New Jersey?
Yes. You said
yes.
Okay, where did you guys go?
I met them once at Sugar Sand Park, once at the Parkland Park, and once at some I don't know the name, it was like this really cheap like place for kids where you could get like salads, make your own ice cream and stuff like that. It was on, I think it was on Palmetto Park Road.
So despite the fact that you cannot remember the exact date and time you met with the Cruz family, you do in fact remember meeting them after Roger died and you lived in
Yes.
After Roger died and you and Linda made up, did you ever have a falling out again?
No.
So the falling outs that you would have with Linda were when Nikolas was younger and you noticed issues and Linda at that point wasn't receptive?
Yes.
So from that time on, you were friends with her?
Yes.
I don't remember either if you reached out to me or I reached out to you. But you know what my job is, right?
Yes.
And did I actually fly to New Jersey to meet with you along with Ms. O'Shea to discuss my role and what you knew about Nikolas Cruz?
Yes.
What do you understand my job to be?
To tell as much of the truth about Nikolas Cruz and what everything, like, well, I know Kate's job is to tell his whole life story.
And you were part of Nikolas's life and you're part of Nikolas's story, aren't you, ma'am?
Yes, I am.
And
when I say that he says inappropriate things,
Objection.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You don't have to apologize. It's okay.
Okay.
Just please wait for the lawyer to ask you. Ma'am, just
I'm sorry.
talk at the same time, okay? Just listen to me very briefly. You don't have to apologize, okay? It's not a problem. But please wait for the lawyer to ask you the next question because the court reporter can't take down when people are talking at the same time, okay? It's not a problem.
we understand that you're not in this situation all the time, okay?
We have
no, I'm fine.
Since the first time you either reached out to me or I reached out to you in 2018, have we been in contact at some way or another, via email, phone, or text message?
Yes, we have.
And from the very first time that I spoke with you, is it your position that you wanted to do anything that you could do?
Objection, waiting. Overruled.
To help tell Nikolas's story?
Yes.
And honor Linda's memory?
Well, I mean, I wanted to tell the truth about Nikolas Cruz because at that point, I think that I was one of her only friends and when we lived on 80th Terrace, and she was one of my only friends. I have six kids. I said I have a stepson and 5 children of my own. I have 3 young kids that from 6, 9, and 10 I've raised completely on my own. You know, so I'm busy. Some things I just don't recall. I'm sorry.
That's fine. Just listen to the question.
But I mean, I wanted him to know that somebody was here for him, like, and that, because I know that Linda would have been there for my kids.
Okay. Ma'am, I know you've been on the stand a long time. You're probably ready to get out of here. But again, if I could just please remind you, wait.
Judge, I'm going to object to that.
Okay.
So you're like telling her that she's tired of being
So noted. Please wait for the lawyer to ask a question and then you can answer, okay? Thank you.
I didn't hear the objection. I'm sorry.
When you gave me Nikolas's phone, did you have to set up an account with the jail in order to facilitate those calls?
Yes.
Okay, and that's through...
Securus.
Okay, so you can't just pick up the phone and make a phone call to you, is that correct?
He can make a phone call to me. I can't. Yes, I can.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
That was a bad question.
I'm sorry.
Nikolas is not allowed to pick up the phone and just call you without you having a Securus account.
Correct.
And you're aware that there's only certain people that the jail allows him to communicate with, correct?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Now you're excused.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Defense, call your next witness.
Well,
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take as short of a recess as we can to hook up the Zoom. Please do not discuss the case. Please leave your notebooks behind.
well, that was, I don't know what the word is, a little tedious, perhaps.
I'm not so sure it was tedious as much as it was, disjointed. If it had actually been able to go a little bit smoother, had there not been the statement she blurted out right before lunch and she finished her testimony, she would have been done, even including the cross-examination, probably before the court took a lunch break. But we had that intervening objection. The court had to...
What is the name of, the jury's been excused. What is the name of the next witness? And do you all have a driver's license that I can take a look at?
Yep. Judge, I left my binder down in my office for this witness. I'm going to send Mr. May down.
Okay. Sure.
Here,
the judge following the same procedures. Anyone?
Okay, how long is it going to take to set this up?
I'm almost done.
We're done?
I'm almost done.
All right.
Just got to do a test.
Anyone who receives sworn testimony from someone over Zoom anymore, you have to see their driver's license, whether you're a notary, whether you're a judge, whether you're a court reporter taking a deposition. So
then we presume that this will be another Zoom witness.
There was a brief announcement that they needed some time to set up the Zoom before they got to the next witness. So much like yesterday's last witness, today's last witness might be a Zoom witness. But getting back to the testimony that we just heard earlier, it was broken up and disjointed. It's clear that this witness wants to do everything in her power to help Nikolas Cruz and to help the defense team, and she stated as much.
And she did.
And, so she stepped all over herself to get in whatever she could get in the hopes that that would be something that a juror could hang their hat on as a mitigating circumstance. So she talked about what her relationship was with the Cruzes when Nikolas was a child, with Linda Cruz, with Roger Cruz, the families growing up, the contact she had with him, and then closed with recent conversations she's had with him. And the point of the cross-examination on that was, well, you knew Nikolas Cruz when he was very young, then you moved away. You may have seen him very infrequently for a few brief moments, and then you talked to him again. And her answer about what he sounded like was she compared him to her own 11-year-old child. So again, that was a point for the defense, reinforcing this argument that Nikolas Cruz, although he might be 22 years old now, 18, 19 at the time he committed the offense, was behaving like someone inappropriate for their age.
Right, and she brought home the point that, what might have been said over the phone. I mean, the number I heard was 169. You heard more, but either way, dozens, if not hundreds of phone calls made by the defendant to her just in the last couple of years. No, excuse me, since April, I think, of not last couple of years, last couple of months, that they have spoken on the phone, that he's apparently said things that have been inappropriate, but she still contends that she thought that his mother was a loving mother and that she was doing it because she's a mother herself and felt like if she died, like Nikolas Cruz's parents both did, she would want somebody to step in and act almost like a mother figure or a parental figure.
Surrogate mother or someone who would stand in for Nikolas Cruz's mother. But the focus for the defense needs to be, what was Nikolas Cruz at the time he committed the offense? How did what had happened in his life to him before that affect how he behaved at the time he committed the offense? To some degree, what is his capacity now in terms of his mental health, his age versus his chronological age, where he is? What reason can they give the jurors in that catch-all mitigation circumstance to say that as he sits here now, his life is a life worth saving? And so this witness was going to, as you said, be that surrogate mother for him and do what any mother would do, and that is try to save her child's life. And that's what they were trying to do, but they had a lot of difficulty getting there. She was a witness who didn't necessarily speak all that clearly. She was half wearing her mask, which made it hard for the parties. And then got into an argument with the prosecutor in terms of what question she was.
And it could have been nerves. She was, her body language, she was definitely shaking. Her voice was a little hoarse, so you have to wonder how jurors are going to interpret that. But right now they're taking a quick break. They're getting ready for the next witness, who we believe is going to appear on Zoom. So we'll see in just a few, as soon as court. Welcome back. After a quick
Yes, I
break,
can
this
still
is
hear
the
you.
sentencing of the Parkland school shooter. There was a quick break, and I think they're going to set up a Zoom for the next witness.
Yes.
Okay. Sir, I don't know if you've ever testified as a witness before, but the way it works is the defense will have an opportunity to ask you some questions, then the state will have an opportunity to ask you some questions. If there is an objection, if you hear the word objection, if you can please just wait, pause for a moment, and then wait for me to instruct you as to whether or not you can answer, okay?
Okay.
Was there anything else you wanted me to ask him? Well, whether or not he can see the defendant. Sir, are you able to see the defendant, Nikolas Cruz, sitting at the far left of the defense table with the striped sweater? I don't know if, does he know him?
I'm able to, yes, I'm able to see him now.
Okay, and Mr. Cruz, can you see the witness, Mr. Newnam? Okay, at any time, if either Mr. Cruz cannot see the witness or the witness cannot see Mr. Cruz, will you please speak up and let me know? Mr. Newnam?
Yes.
Mr. Cruz? Okay, thank you.
I do appreciate
And before we begin, I'm over here with Mr. Newnam. I am the technician that set up this whole Zoom meeting on our end so that he could connect.
Okay.
Do y'all want me to stay in the room or to leave the room while this is proceeding, just in case if there's any technical issues that pop up?
Sir, you can feel free to stay in the hearing, as long as you're muted and I'm
Understood.
Sure if you set up a meeting, then you know the deal. You have to make sure it's muted so that we can't hear you. Okay?
Got it.
The technician, would you please state your name?
Lars Broberg,
How do you spell your last name, sir?
Broberg.
Thank you, sir.
Can it be lowered just a little bit? I appreciate it being on the ladder side.
But it's a little bit much. In other words, how we're hearing the witness, can you make that a little bit lower? Lower, like.
Yes, turn it left. If you could speak.
Who's talking?
Mr. Newnam, if you could speak real quick.
Yes.
He didn't understand the directions.
Say like testing.
Testing.
How's this volume? If you could,
A little lower, please.
like I'm far away now, but they need you to speak so they can hear.
Testing. Can you hear me?
We can.
That's better?
Okay.
Is that good or do you need it softer?
No, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and bring the jury in. I've never seen anything. Okay, the jurors are present. Everyone else may be seated. Mr. Newnam, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. And for the record, I have identified you by your Texas driver's license. Sir, will you please state your full name and spell your last name for the record?
My first name is John, John. Middle name, Michael Andrew. Last name, Newnham.
Thank you, sir.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you see me?
Good afternoon. Yes, I can.
Okay. Can you tell me where you're currently employed, sir?
I am not currently employed.
Okay. What was your last employment?
My last employment was with Broward County Public Schools.
Okay. And
That ended.
Go ahead, sir.
That ended early 2021.
And in 2021, you retired?
No, resigned.
Okay. And what was your role for the Broward County School Board at that time, or the school board district?
I was an ESC counselor.
Okay. And what is your formal education, sir?
I have a bachelor's degree in communications and English language, a master's degree in counseling.
Okay. And when did you start working for Broward County?
I started in September 1995.
Okay. And in 1995, were you a certified teacher, certified by the state of Florida?
No, I was not.
Okay. Did you have any certifications through the state of Florida as in while you were employed by the school board or the school district?
At that time, there were no required certifications. Broward County issued their own certification, which was called a special expertise certification.
And did that ever change during the course of your employment with the school district?
That certification was phased out. I don't know the exact year that ended.
So when you had that special expertise certification, what was that? What area was that in?
It allowed those of us who were not licensed in a mental health capacity to provide counseling to students who had counseling on their IEPs.
Okay. So you were an ESE provider in the role as a family counselor for Broward County Schools?
Correct.
And is that the role that you had from 1995 until 2021?
The role remained the same. The title changed. So I began as a family counselor. The title changed to, at some point, to ESLS counselor, and then to ESE counselor.
Did your role remain the same despite the change in title?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you begin your career in 1995?
Carl Springs Elementary.
And did you remain at Coral Springs Elementary until 2021?
I was at Carl Springs Elementary until approximately 2013.
Okay.
And I spent the other remaining years at various locations, various schools throughout the county.
In the same capacity?
Yes.
Okay. So for the purpose of our conversation, I'm going to refer to your employment as a family counselor. Is that fine? And that means that includes all the different designations that have changed, but it's the same employment, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Can you please describe to us what your role was as a family counselor?
My role was to provide counseling services as designated on the IEP for students with IEPs that had as a related service counseling.
Okay.
I was the provider for that service.
Okay. Does that mean that you were a therapist providing therapy to those students?
No.
Is there a distinction between being a family counselor and being a therapist?
The terms are sometimes used interchangeably, but the designation therapist and therapy is protected. Each state has their licensing agreements and laws, and that is a protected professional designation for those people who are licensed, either as a mental health counselor, licensed as a social worker, etc.
Okay, so you are not a licensed therapist, is that correct, under that protection that you just talked about?
Correct.
Okay. And you served a particular population of students, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. In order to receive your family counseling services, what would the designation that the student what would the student's designation have to be?
At that time, the student had to have a designation of, it began as emotionally handicapped, which was later changed to EBD, or emotional and behavior disordered, as well as a little later on, students with autism.
That designation of EH or EBD and then autism, is that a decision that is made by a committee of individuals in reference to the individual education plan?
It is, yes.
I'm calling it a designation, but it's actually an eligibility, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So what would be the difference between a therapist, which you said that you're not, but a family counselor?
The difference is in
We object this
scope.
answered.
Overruled. You can answer, sir.
The difference is in scope and depth of practice.
Okay. Can you explain that to me in terms of the scope?
In general, a therapist deals with deeper psychological issues. For example, depression, anxiety, mental health, other mental health diagnoses.
Okay. And then a family counselor.
A family counselor, in the context of the school system, deals and dealt with more immediate concerns, social, emotional functioning in the classroom setting, in the school setting, and related behaviors.
And how that impacts somebody's education?
Correct.
Okay. So I'd like to draw your attention to Coral Springs Elementary from 2004 to around 2012. Okay? Do you remember a student by the name of Nikolas Cruz?
I do.
And do you remember what your role was initially in his education and as a family counselor? How did you connect with Nikolas?
Could you clarify connect?
What was your role? So you said these students have an IEP, an individual education plan, where there's a service for a family counselor. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So at what point would you have interacted with Nick?
At several points. My initial interaction was meeting Mr. and Mrs. Cruz.
Okay, where'd you
as
meet
a
them?
parents. They came to observe the cluster at Coral Springs Elementary.
So you met them first?
I met them first.
Okay. And you just mentioned to observe the cluster. What is a cluster?
Yes.
What is that?
It's a designation given to an an environment in which there is a very low teacher-to-student ratio. There is a behavior program infused throughout the day in the classroom setting and actually on campus. And the students in a cluster would receive a variety of services on a more frequent basis than, say, a regular education setting.
So these are not mainstream students, is that correct?
Correct.
So every student that's in the cluster has an independent education plan and is classified as a special needs or an ESE student?
Correct.
Okay. And how many clusters were there at Coral Springs Elementary when you were the family counselor there?
There was one cluster, 3 classrooms within that cluster.
Okay. And what was the difference between the 3 classrooms?
I don't know if I can give you an accurate differentiation beyond age.
Okay. So you wouldn't necessarily have a 5-year-old with a 10-year-old. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So the 3 clusters geographically, were they all in the same area on the campus?
Two of the classrooms were in the same building.
And were you able to see the clusters?
My office was situated in between with an observation window, so I could see into each classroom.
So what services, if you remember, was Nikolas receiving when he first started at Coral Springs Elementary in 2004, in addition to being in the cluster?
He was receiving language services, speech and language services, and counseling services.
And students that are in an ESE cluster, do you know why they would be in that cluster?
Yes.
Can you tell me about that, please?
At that time, a cluster had several what would be called feeder schools. And students who were not successful in these other schools, behaviorally, emotionally, who had greater needs than those schools could provide, were referred for consideration for placement in the cluster.
Have you reviewed any documentation in reference to the time that you provided Nikolas services from 2004 until 2012?
Ms. McNeil, can you just 1 second?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you need a minute? Okay, no problem.
Yes, I've reviewed.
Sir, wait just a minute. She's having trouble.
There's a juror that just had to step out, sir. Okay.
Okay.
So Janine, apparently some juror had to step out for a second. As we all know, you can't do a thing in a courtroom without all the jurors being present. So whatever emergency existed for that juror, we all had to take a break.
Right, so now we are just sort of frozen and we're looking at this Zoom live feed right now. This is John Newnam, a family therapist who had worked at one point in Broward County schools. Did the juror walk back in? No.
The question is, have you reviewed any documentation in reference to the time that you provided Nikolas services from 2004 until 2012?
Did you hear what she said, sir?
Yes, I've reviewed IEP documents from I believe it was 2005, not 2004,
Okay.
until 2011.
And that would have been the last year that you provided services to Nick?
Correct.
Okay. So that's a lot of documentation?
300 plus pages, yes.
And in terms of the documentation that you are required to fill out, what is it when you were providing services? What did you generate? What type of paperwork did you generate?
Several types of paperwork.
Progress notes, anything like that?
Progress notes, on request, notes to doctors or psychiatrists. And this was in addition to my daily required note keeping. 4 sessions that I conducted with the students, with Nikolas.
Did you receive any of that documentation, sir?
No, I did not.
Did you request that documentation?
No.
Okay. Do you have an accurate memory of your time with Nick and the services
I have.
you provided? Okay. So you said that the cluster is a small student-to-teacher ratio, and was there other services that were available or other staff members that were in the cluster to help those students?
Yes. Typically, a teacher, teacher's aide or assistant or paraprofessional, and at times a unique aide.
And were those individuals in the cluster, the staff, were they ESE certified? If you know.
I believe so.
Okay. And tell me, do you remember how often, starting in kindergarten, that's when Nikolas started at Coral Springs Elementary, correct?
Yes.
So let's talk about when you first made contact with Nick. I know you said you met with Linda and Roger. Do you remember? Well, first of all, tell us about that first contact with Linda and Roger Cruz.
It was brief. I believe they were visiting several possible placements for him. They met with me. They met with the ESE specialist at the time. They came into my office and viewed the classrooms that could be seen from my office to get an idea of the physical layout, the activities that were taking place, and we answered any questions that they had about services and daily routine.
Okay. And then Nikolas was eventually enrolled at Coral Springs Elementary, correct?
Yes.
And he was assigned to the cluster.
Yes.
And as part of his IEP, you were to provide family counseling. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So why don't you tell us, initially you said that you had a two-way mirror where you could see into 2 of the cluster classrooms. Is that correct?
Yes.
One of those 2 classrooms, could you see Nikolas Cruz?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
So you said that there were 2 classrooms that you could see in through a two-way mirror.
Yes.
One of those classrooms, could you see Nick?
Yes.
Okay. So why don't you tell me a little bit about the first time you met Nick?
The first time I met him was not in the actual classroom.
Okay.
The first time I met him, he was being familiarized with the school and the settings. I forget who was walking him around, but he was being walked around and shown the layout of the school, the cafeteria, where he would be picked up and dropped off, and then meeting his teacher, seeing his classroom, and meeting myself in my office.
What were your initial impressions of Nick?
My immediate impression was of a very shy, somewhat fearful student. A little above what the norm was for new students meeting me.
What was?
And that is why that first meeting, that's one of the reasons I remember that first meeting.
Help me understand what you just said. Above what? Was his shyness and his frightfulness more so than any other brand new student?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me what that looked like, please.
It looked like observable behaviors, shrinking away from contact.
I'm sorry, I don't understand what that means. Contact, is that what you said, or content?
Contact.
Okay.
Whether it would be a fist bump or a handshake or a high five. So shrinking away from that, and he somewhat clung to the adult that he was with. When he came into my office, which is very client friendly, toys, games, computers, etc. So when I was showing him where he would be meeting with me and explaining to him my role, he appeared very anxious, very fearful, did not make eye contact with me.
And were you working with other students as well? You would have had a case?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So let's talk about, you would have a certain amount of times that you were scheduled to see Nikolas for either individual or family sessions. Is that correct?
Correct.
Would that be the only time that you would see him?
No.
Okay. What other times of the day would you see Nikolas throughout the course of his education at Coral Springs Elementary?
I would see him regularly during lunch, at times during recess, at times on his arrival at school, whether it was by car or on the bus. And sometimes in what was termed specials, which would be art, music. I would pop in to observe.
So it's safe to say
throughout the school day.
you had the opportunity to observe Nikolas in many different environments during the school day. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you said if he would arrive on a bus, was he on, if you know, on a special education bus with other special education students?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know if he ever had to wear any safety gear while he was on the bus?
And at one point he had to wear a harness.
So would you help those students get on and off the bus?
Physically, no.
Just to greet them?
If I were there, yes, to greet them and to set them up for having a good day.
So sometime during that very first beginning of kindergarten, Nicholas's father died. Are you aware of that?
Yes,
Okay, so Linda became a single parent, is that correct?
correct.
So you primarily dealt with her for the rest of Nicholas's time at Coral Springs?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell us a little bit about Linda Cruz, what your observations were, what interactions you had with her?
My interactions with her were in the capacity of being a support, offering resources, offering advice if it was appropriate to do so. Those are my interactions. My observations of her initially were an energetic, caring, loving parent.
And did your impressions of her in terms of her being a loving and caring parent ever change for you? Was that consistent?
In terms of being a loving and caring parent, that was pretty consistent, yes.
Okay. And what about other impressions that you had? You said energetic initially. Was that consistent throughout the time that you worked with her and Nick?
No.
Okay. Can you tell us how that changed?
It changed. She would express to me during our meetings, which were not scheduled, but I was available to her as I was to all my parents. She expressed her increasing frustration and some isolation as a parent and feeling overwhelmed.
Did she tell you what she was frustrated about?
It was a combination of in-school behavior problems that would have been reported to her on his home notes or phone calls home, and his behavior at home.
Did she ever talk to you about Nick's behavior at home?
Yes, she did.
Can you tell us some of the things that she told you?
She told me that she felt very challenged by the interaction between Nikolas and Zachary, his brother. They were very rambunctious boys, often defiant, hard to control, and given to conflict in the neighborhood with other children and adults.
Did you get the impression that Linda, Ms. Cruz, had a lot of support?
I got the impression that she did not utilize the supports that were offered to her.
So did you offer Ms. Cruz, Linda, some additional supports that, in addition to what you were doing at the school?
Yes.
Can you tell us what some of those referrals or support services were that you had recommended?
At various times in my work with Nikolas and with Mrs. Cruz, I offered resources which I had garnered from the social worker, the behavioral health partnership that Broward County Schools has with various agencies, etc. I offered her, for example, parenting classes, respite care, in-home therapy, in-home counseling, additional school-based counseling. And what I mean by school-based, not necessarily provided by the school, but it was customary to allow outside agencies to come to the school and provide services at school in addition to what was being provided by the school.
So let's talk about that for a second. What school-based services did you recommend to Linda that Nikolas might have benefited from?
I recommended to her that she, in order to get a better grasp on the challenges she faced, that she needed further evaluation.
Did you recommend any particular type of evaluation?
I recommended that she see a psychiatrist.
You know that she did that, right?
I'm sorry?
Are you aware that she did that? She reached out to a psychiatrist?
I did not get any feedback
Okay.
based on my recommendations as to whether or not she followed through.
Okay, so what other recommendations did you give her?
Psychiatrist, neuropsychologist, as I said before, in-home counseling. And I advised her to explore all her options as far as, Broward County, the county itself, not the school, but Broward County offers a wide array of services and supports to parents of children with challenging behaviors.
Okay. So do you know, in terms of what you were offering Linda, if she ever got involved in any parenting classes?
To my recollection, she did not.
Okay. And what is respite care?
Part of her communication to me was that she was overwhelmed and burnt out. So I suggested that she investigate the availability of respite care, which takes several forms depending on the needs of the child. It could range from somebody coming in to look after the boys for a period of time so that she could get a break, or it could range from that and to her taking the boys somewhere and leaving them for a weekend, say. That's just an example.
Do you know if she ever utilized any respite care, followed any of those recommendations?
She did not give me any feedback on that.
What about in-home services? Were you aware that Henderson was providing in-home therapy and case management?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember any other recommendations that you made?
I remember making the same recommendations several times over the course of several years.
So please go ahead.
So my recommendations were requested by her. I would give them. And perhaps 6 months later or 3 months later, she would come with the same need. and I would give them again. And I know that I was not the only one that gave her recommendations
Did you get the
or referrals.
Did you get the impression that she was reluctant to follow through with any of those services, or she was resistant? What were your impressions about having to make the same recommendations over again and over again?
I can only say that she appeared to not have followed through on any on or if she did, only for a very short time.
So the times that she would come back to you or to some of the other providers, ESE providers, asking the same questions, asking for the same referrals, would there be a particular behavior or something going on that would precede that request?
It would typically be behaviors of the an aggressive nature, which were causing problems within her household and within her neighborhood.
Okay. So did you ever have any sessions, because it's called your family counselor, did you ever have any sessions with Linda, or was it kind of just informal whenever she needed you, she could call you?
I had a few sessions with her, and yes, it was informal. It was at her request, and this was not unusual. This was the case with all my parents.
Okay. So do you remember anything in particular coming from any of those individual sessions that you had with Mom that was relevant to treatment recommendations or behavioral issues with Nikolas?
Several things stand out in my memory. She communicated that she was reluctant to discipline the boys. She was somewhat fearful of them. And as I mentioned before, she was overwhelmed. She appeared to lack the basic, some of the basic foundations of positive parenting.
Can you tell us what you mean by that? What are some of the basic foundations of parenting that you believe she lacked?
Setting limits, setting boundaries, reinforcing, well, first of all, coming up with household rules and expectations, reinforcing it in a positive way. And I say positive parenting as opposed to anything punitive, which, none of us would have recommended anything punitive. It would entail using positive reinforcers and natural consequences to improve the behavior in the household and in the community.
So you don't think that she had the ability, the natural ability to be able to do that?
I believe she had the ability, but she was reluctant because her initial attempts to do any of these things was met by defiance, temper tantrums, and she appeared not able to handle these very well.
Did you get the impression that she gave up?
No.
She always kept trying?
I can't say if she always kept trying, but she certainly did not give up.
So let's, was Linda receptive to the referrals that you would make in the community?
She was.
whether or not she followed through with them, you wouldn't know, or sometimes she did and sometimes she didn't. Does that seem accurate?
That is accurate, yes.
So let's talk about the sessions that you would have with Nikolas, and I don't want to go through every session, and I know you saw him a lot from kindergarten to 5th grade, but can you tell me how your services started? Were they individual, and they started in kindergarten, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So what would a typical counseling session be with Nikolas, if you recall, starting out?
Starting out, it would be individual, especially with an anxious child. And the goal of those initial sessions would be to build rapport, build trust, get to know the students' likes, dislikes, to attempt to build a foundation on which further counseling could take place.
And you said that he was anxious, more so than some of the other students that you provided services to?
Yes.
Okay. And would he manifest his anxiety physically?
He would.
Can you tell us what that would look like?
It would look like him being non-responsive to attempts at conversation or direct questioning. It would look like lack of eye contact and sometimes staring at the floor. It would look like a general defensiveness to attempts at interaction.
So you just discussed some behaviors, non-responsive, lack of eye contact. How do you know he wasn't just ignoring you?
He could have been ignoring me. So I don't know.
This anxiety that you observed, did it continue throughout the entire time that you provided Nikolas services?
To some extent it did,
Okay.
Although it did improve in latter years.
Okay. So did his responsiveness get better?
It did,
Okay. And how about his eye contact? Did that get better?
yes,
So these are things you were working on.
yes.
So did that lead you to believe that he wasn't just ignoring you?
I don't know how to accurately answer that question.
Okay, that's fine. And these individual sessions that you would have with Nikolas, what other things were you working on?
After having established rapport and some level of trust, he did begin to interact. There was a phase of finding out, as I said before, his likes, his dislikes, what made him happy, what made him sad, what made him, what brought him joy, to the extent that a child of that age is able to articulate it. Sessions would have included playing therapeutic games, board games, on one hand, to playing checkers and talking while we played checkers.
Did it take Nick a while to open up to you?
It took him longer than I would say the norm would be, but not excessively so. he did open up, and I believe that we did form rapport and a trusting relationship in the context of counseling.
Was it different when you had a group session as opposed to an individual session with Nikolas in terms of how he behaved and interacted?
Yes, it was.
Okay, can you explain to me how a group session would be different for Nikolas than an individual session, besides the obvious that there's more than one student? Did he do well in that environment?
Yes, the group sessions would be somewhat more structured because there were more people. Typically, my groups would not exceed 4. So there would be 4 students, including Nikolas, in the room. And we would play a board game or do some kind of exercise based on some shared goals, because they would all be students that had IEPs with goals. So some goals that were shared, some that were not, but all beneficial to the students there. And that's a context. Nikolas was very shy, very reluctant to participate, and at first refused to participate. He would not be outwardly aggressive or defiant, but he would just sit quietly and not participate.
So, based on your training and experience with special needs children, do you believe that Nikolas had any impairments in social skills?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And is that one of the reasons why he wouldn't participate?
That's one of the possible reasons, yes.
Okay. And did you ever discuss with Nikolas his father's death?
I spoke to Mrs. Cruz. She gave me permission to bring that up with him. I attempted to introduce that as something that we could possibly talk about, that I was there also in that capacity for him to talk to speak to, someone about that loss. He did not participate in any kind of conversation or counseling attempts surrounding his father's death.
Is that unusual for young children?
It's not unusual, no.
Why not?
And I can only speak about my experience with young children and grief, is that it takes longer for them to process what has happened, and what has happened contains in it so many sometimes conflicting feelings, thoughts, that they're unable at that age to put it into words, even though they may be going through significant loss.
So his lack of cooperation or lack of willingness to talk to you about his father's death, you didn't see that as him not caring that he lost his father, did you?
No.
And were you also aware that Nikolas had a language disorder? Was that also on the IEP?
Yes.
And I know you're not a speech or language pathologist, pathologist, but were you aware that he had a receptive and expressive language disorder?
Yes,
Did you see the impacts of that disorder in any communications you had with Nikolas?
I did.
Can you tell me about that, please?
Well, certainly the impact would somewhat explain his inability to process questions asked of him, and also to express feelings and thoughts and ideas.
So based on your contact with Nikolas through the years, did he have difficulty expressing his feelings and his thoughts?
In the early years, significantly, yes.
Okay. Is that something that you worked on?
Yes, it is.
Is there any particular way that he would talk to you that made you, or you thought he didn't understand what you were saying?
He had a pronounced habit of answering questions in a way that appeared as if he were seeking the approval of the person asking the question, and in this case, myself. What I mean by that is that he would answer a question with an intonation or with a question mark at the end of it, and then look to me for approval, as if to say, is this the answer you're looking for? Did I say the right thing?
Did that lead you to believe that he wasn't understanding what you were saying to him?
It led me to believe that it was a complex issue, and part of it could have been that. Part of it could have been anxiety and a kind of hyper awareness of how others perceive him and wanting to be perceived in a good light.
Well, doesn't everybody want that?
Whatever good meant to him.
But that's not unusual, right? Most people want people to see them in a good light, right? So how was it unusual for Nikolas? Or how did it manifest to Nikolas?
Well, it was pronounced in his case.
Okay. Do you have any examples?
Beyond what I've given you in terms of the way he would answer the questions, I have no other examples, no.
Would he ever look at you with a blank stare, like it wasn't processing what you were saying to him?
At times, yes.
And that inability to understand what was being said to him, did that manifest in any physical behavior that you observed?
In the context of my interactions with him and counseling, it manifested in a hesitation to engage.
Do you believe that he felt safe at school?
I think
I'm sorry, you think what?
Oh, I'm sorry. I missed your last.
Okay, that's okay. And let's just briefly talk about some of the games you would play in group. Did that ever require Nikolas to read questions out loud or interact with the other kids?
The groups were diverse in terms of the ability of each student to, diverse in terms of their eligibility, also diverse in terms of their ability to interact in their ability to read. So there were times that he would have difficulty reading if that was required in the game. It was not a major impediment because built into the process was the ability to pass, the ability to ask for help, and the ability to have me read the questions for those students who could not or were reluctant to read the questions.
Did Nick have a preference between individual sessions or group sessions?
He appeared to prefer individual sessions.
Do you know why?
Well, it's not atypical. Most of my students preferred to have the full attention of an adult. In Nikolas's case, his apparent social anxiety and lack of self-confidence, I think, played a part in his preference to be seen one-on-one, individually.
Did he ever talk to you about feeling judged by other students or feeling inadequate?
Yes.
And was that unusual for kids his age?
Not unusual, no.
Did you see any physical manifestations of his anxiety, either in your sessions or as you observed him in the classroom?
Mostly in my observations in the classroom.
Okay.
Yes.
So what type of behavior did you personally observe when Nikolas was in the cluster at Coral Springs Elementary?
I observed several kinds of behaviors. I observed behaviors which could be classified as frustration.
Like what?
If he were working on a task that involved writing, for example, even if it was on his grade level and in his within the range of his capacities, he was somewhat perfectionistic. So any mistake that he made in writing, he was very self-conscious about. And he would become increasingly frustrated. What it would look like would be repetitive erasing and rewriting, writing over what he had written before, crossing out what he had written, with attention to his actions and visible distress on his face. And many times this resulted in either breaking the tip of the pencil, or breaking the pencil itself, or even so far as to crumple the worksheet or the paper and then put his head down.
So Nikolas was in the cluster in kindergarten, and you're aware that he was retained and did kindergarten twice. Is that correct?
Correct.
And he remained at Coral Springs until he went to middle school, correct?
Yes.
So did he always stay in the cluster?
No.
And what other type of environments did he go into at the school?
There was a system in place where, based on his progress, which would have been noted by his teacher, with input from myself and the other team members, that there would be opportunity to participate in the mainstream environment, which means that he would go to a regular ed class for a subject or part of a period, or maybe even starting to eat lunch with that class or go to recess with that class. It could take many forms, and it was done gradually.
So during his time at Coral Springs Elementary, was he ever moved into a mainstream classroom?
Yes, he was.
Did he still continue to have the special education services?
Yes.
And he had, based on your review of the IEP, he had a lot of services. Would you agree with that? In all areas, all domains?
Yes.
Okay. But Nikolas would always end up back in the cluster, is that correct? He would bounce back and forth depending on his level of success?
He would have periods of success and then periods where he would not be able to cope with the regular ed classroom, and so he would end up back in the cluster, yes.
So during the time that you were with Nikolas, what do you believe this environment that he would be in where he would be most successful, where you saw periods of most success?
I saw periods of success both in the cluster and at times outside of the cluster, which it's hard to explain, and it's hard to pin down exactly why that is so, but which is why in most of my notations on him, I would write progress is inconsistent.
That's because he was going back and forth a lot.
Right.
Okay. And when Nikolas would get in trouble in class, right?
Yes.
Do you remember some of the behavior he would get in trouble for? Would he be physical with other students?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that last?
Yes, I'm sorry, I interrupted you. Would he be physical with other students?
There were times that he was, yes.
And as a result of that, was your office also, did it serve as an area where he would have to cool off or calm down or suspension or anything like that?
If I were available, meaning if I had no students, then yes, my office was available for regrouping, maybe talking about what had happened and getting back to a state of stable functioning so that he could return to the classroom.
And was that unusual for the emotionally handicapped EBD students to utilize that service?
No, it was commonplace.
Okay. And Nikolas would also get sent to the principal's office, is that correct? Where you'd spend time there?
Yes.
And that principal had a lot of fun things in her office, didn't she?
I believe so, yes.
So if you got in trouble and you went to her office, it wouldn't really be a punishment, would it?
Well, the goal is not punishment per se. The goal of removal would be to keep him safe, to keep the other students safe, and to allow him a chance to regulate his behavior with the ultimate goal of returning to class.
So if he was sent to the principal's office, was there any type of point or tally system in the classroom that he would not have the benefit of if he wasn't in the classroom and he was going somewhere to regulate his behavior?
I know that there was some adjustment to the point system, but I can't say with any degree of accuracy what that looked like.
Do you remember whether or not during the time that Nikolas was at Coral Springs, if he was on medication?
Yes.
Did you ever have any conversations with Linda about the medication that he was on?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us about some of those conversations about the administration of medication, or she would take it off and put him on? If he would start a medication, Linda would alert the school on her doctor's orders, because the teacher, myself, and any other staff who were involved in his education were tasked with somewhat collecting data, or at least observing him and his functioning while on that medication. And during the times that he was on medication, did you see an improvement in his behavior?
It was inconsistent. There didn't appear to be a pattern of success or not.
Okay. Do you remember being told what, during that period of time, what Nikolas's diagnosis was?
Objection, hearsay.
If he knows, if he has personal knowledge, he can answer.
Mr. Newnam, do you have personal knowledge based on your review of the individual education plans that Nikolas had a diagnosis of anything?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall what that was?
ADHD.
Okay. And did you ever have any conversations with Nikolas about how he felt different than other children?
Yes.
Okay. And tell me about that.
Well, by his own admission to me, a common theme was feeling different, feeling judged, feeling less than. A frequent statement of his would be, for example, I'm just stupid. I do remember him saying a few times, I'm a freak. So, yes, there were some negative patterns of his, either his perception of himself or the way that he spoke about himself.
Do you remember whether or not Nikolas ever felt that other kids were laughing at him or making fun of him when they weren't?
Yes.
And did Nikolas have any anxieties about time or the bus or being picked up?
Yes.
Can you tell me about those, please?
He was hyper-focused on the clock, and then the classroom, all the classrooms and had the same type of clock. And he would stare at the clock in anticipation of the bell that would ring to release the students for the afternoon. And he would get increasingly agitated This was something that I observed in person in the classroom and from my office.
And did that appear to be some type of separation anxiety?
Objection to leading.
It appeared to be anxiety.
Okay, ask open-ended questions, please.
Yes, ma'am. In terms of the amount of services that Nikolas received when he was at Coral Springs Elementary, would you say he had a lot of services in support at that school?
I would say he had a lot of, he had the amount of services that were required for him to participate in the academic setting and in the school environment.
And do you know how Nikolas did academically throughout his time at Coral Springs?
I know that at times he did well. At times he did below. But his achievement was below what was expected.
May I have a moment, please?
You may.
Your Honor?
Yes.
No objection from the defense in light of taking deposition. I'm going to introduce S1 to the evidence.
You mean no objection from the state? You said defense, but I understood.
So 1S.
Okay, without objection, defense defense exhibit 1S will be received as 25.
1R.
Okay. 1R without objection will be received as 26.
1Q.
Without objection, 1Q for identification will be received as 27.
1P.
1P for identification will be received as defense 28.
1O.
1O for identification will be received as defense 29 without objection from the state. 1N for identification will be received as defense 30.
1M as in Mary.
1M for identification will be received as defense 31.
1L.
1L for identification will be received as defense 32 without objection.
We're almost done, sir. I just want to ask you a couple questions. In your opinion, with the almost 6 years that you spent with Nikolas, do you believe that he tried the very best that he could with you and the services that you gave him?
I believe so.
Do you believe Linda tried to do everything that she was able to do to help Nikolas?
Yes.
Okay. Sir, I'm going to show you some photographs, and I would like for you to identify them for us if you can. This is Defense 32. Do you recognize the child in this photograph? Can you see it?
Not yet.
They're working on it.
Okay, yes, I see it.
Who is this child?
That is Nikolas Cruz.
I'm just going to go through the yearbook pictures for you. Here is,
This, yeah, would you like the year?
yes,
If you can?
yes, sir. This is going to be his first academic year, 2004, 2005, and this is 32. Kindergarten. Can you see that, sir?
Yes,
Do you remember that this is how Nikolas looked in kindergarten? His first kindergarten?
yes,
And then this would be his second kindergarten. 31. Do you recognize this child?
yes,
And then this would be first grade. Exhibit 30.
yes,
You recognize that as Nikolas Cruz? Maybe the name
I
at the
do.
bottom helps, right? Okay, this is Exhibit 29. This is his second grade class picture. Do you recognize the individuals in that photograph?
I do, yes.
And that's, do you know who the teacher is?
I do.
Okay, who's the teacher?
April Kelly,
And it,
paraprofessional.
okay. And do you see Nikolas in this photo?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And what color shirt does he have on?
It appears to be a dark blue.
And this would be his entire second grade class, correct? With the exception of somebody who may have been absent for the photo.
I can't say if that would be the entire class.
Okay.
I don't.
26, this is his third grade class picture. Do you recognize this child?
Yes,
Is that how you remember Nikolas?
yes, it is.
Okay. Hold on, there's another one coming. Okay, and here's 28, exhibit 28. Fourth grade picture, do you recognize that child?
Yes, I do.
And this is his fifth grade picture, number 25. Is this how you remember Nikolas in fifth grade?
Yes, it is.
And one last photo. This is 2008, 2009 class photo. Ms. Rodriguez, Ms. Manning, can you see that one, sir?
Yes,
Okay, and this would have been when he was in ESE, is that correct? In the cluster?
in the intermediate classroom, yes.
What does that mean?
I believe that refers to the age group.
Okay. Did you ever have any conversations with Linda Cruz about whether or not Nikolas was adopted?
Yes, I did.
Was she forthcoming with that information?
Not in the beginning, but after services had started, she divulged that information.
Did she ever provide you with any information about the birth mother?
I'm going to object just to hearsay.
No information.
Hold on just a second, sir, please.
Your Honor, may we go sidebar?
Sure.
All right, so they're having a quick sidebar. This is John Newnam, who is a family therapist at Coral Springs Elementary. His testimony was interesting, and you were thinking, David, that it may be the most helpful for the defense at this point.
Certainly. I mean, he gave a background as to how Nikolas Cruz interacted in classroom setting from kindergarten through 5th grade. He described treatment that was being offered to him in classes and talked about his behavior and assessment of the type of learning disability or disorder he might have, how he reacted in sessions with him individually, with other students, and sort of give an overall rundown of what the development was of Nikolas Cruz at that age. He had firsthand experience and knowledge. He had a good memory of it based on reports that he had looked at and reviewed, and was establishing some of what the defense was looking for.
Some of it, though, seemed contradictory, but maybe not. Maybe you can explain, because he talked about how the mother, Linda Cruz, did not utilize the support that was offered to her, that she was overwhelmed, that there were in-school behavioral problems, there were behavioral issues at home, and when offered some of these services, she blew them off, she was overwhelmed. And then when he was asked about sort of her and her relationship with her son, he said, well, but she didn't give up. So is it just that she didn't have the capacity to help? It was offered to her, but she just didn't know what to do.
Seems that way from his testimony. And again, while some of it was helpful to the defense in establishing these other factors in his background that might show his is a life worth saving, to some extent, the answers he asked at the end, how did Nikolas respond to it? He said he responded fine, and he seemed to learn how to accommodate and how to act more appropriately, and that while he said, as you pointed out, contradictorily, that the mother didn't take advantage of everything, she didn't give up. So while some of his testimony was helpful, and they haven't even begun to get to cross-examination yet, some of it seemed to indicate that people were doing for Nikolas Cruz everything that they were asked to do, and that he benefited from it.
Right. It's tough. I've talked to a lot of people who said, listen, I've had relatives, or I know people who have also had behavioral issues. I have friends who have kids who are also part of this ESE program, who have, maybe not had as many interventions as the defendant had, and they turned out okay. So I just don't know, and you and I were talking about this, we don't know what the jury is thinking, what kind of background they have, what kind of relatives they have at home that they can sort of draw examples from. They're listening to this. It's been a little more than an hour since this now former counselor has been talking to the defense attorney via Zoom, and it's hard to know how they're going to react to that.
And a lot of what he talked about are problems that everyone encounters. Not enough time, not enough resources, inexperienced parents, young parents, parents who've never had children before, and
right.
who sought assistance and help and got treatment. And, this doesn't necessarily point at a failure anywhere. It's what happened along the way. And so, again, as we spoke, they're trying to mount these mitigating circumstances. Perhaps the jury views this as not necessarily a mitigating circumstance, but just simply a circumstance along the way that everybody encounters in life, and doesn't provide the offset to the aggravating factors that the defense is seeking to obtain here.
Well, we'll see what the state does with cross-examination. This is the third, I believe, of the counselors that we have heard over the last 2 days who have treated or been part of Nikolas Cruz's early life and early education. Earlier today, we heard from a woman who ran a school, who treated and knew and sort of, almost babysat initially the defendant from the time that he was a baby, and talked about some of the issues that he had even then.
And we've seen his development from now, testimony yesterday about birth to nursery school to pre-K, and now through elementary, along with pictures along the way, and you're getting a snapshot.
Please do not discuss the case, and please leave your notepads behind.
Seems that the sidebar was going to take a little bit longer than the court was willing to entertain, with the jury sitting there. So she's going to excuse them.
Take a quick break, and then let's see what will be discussed, if anything, in open court. If not, it'll just be a sidebar. But you know, some of these people who have dealt with the defendant, you know, from an early age, described his aggression. This counselor, though, talked about his fear and about how he was. What did he say? That he was fearful sometimes when he was in school, which was kind of interesting.
Shy and frightened.
Shy and
fearful
frightened.
Student.
Although he also described that as the mom too, that she was fearful and didn't want to discipline the boys.
You intend to ask of this witness so that I can hear what his responses are.
Sir, you just indicated that Ms. Cruz was not forthcoming about Nikolas being adopted initially. Is that correct?
Correct.
As a provider of services on his individual education plan, do you want to know as much information as possible about prenatal development of your students if it's available?
Yes.
Would you want to know if they were exposed to toxins in utero?
Yes.
Would you want to know if to include alcohol or any other type of drug?
Yes.
Why is that important, sir?
All of these things have an impact on the child's development, the child's behavior, and prognosis for treatment.
So the more information you have about the child, the better services you're able to provide.
Correct.
Do you recall if Linda Cruz ever told you anything about his birth mother?
Yes.
What do you recall her telling you?
She used an umbrella statement. She said that his birth mother was addicted to various substances. I don't recall a specific substance, but I do recall that she said multiple substances.
And having that knowledge, did you incorporate that information into your treatment and services that were provided to Nikolas?
I did not. I incorporated it into my suggestions for further evaluation by someone qualified to evaluate, perhaps diagnose.
Okay, thank you, sir. Your Honor?
I'm thinking, I'm not ignoring you.
Okay.
So,
Judge, based on the testimony, I will withdraw the objection.
okay, all right. I can almost guarantee that there's going to be a number of folks in the restroom, but let's see.
Well,
Well, if you want to wait, because that's my last question, and then you can get it.
You said you were drawing your objection.
Right, so I'll ask the question.
But I was saying that it's probably going to be a few minutes.
Okay.
Because when we bring them back, they usually take the opportunity to use the restroom.
can we do likewise then?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Excuse me? Okay, you know what, Mr. Newnam, we're gonna take a 10-minute recess. So we're gonna mute you for about 10 minutes, just to let you know what's going on, okay?
Okay.
Okay, so here we go. 10-minute recess. We understand.
Well, there was an objection that was lodged beforehand to a series of questions they were about to ask this witness about whether or not Linda Cruz had told him what the birth mother's condition was, whether she was abusing drugs or alcohol, how she was treating her natal condition and prenatal conditions, and whether or not that factored into his assessment, or why it would have factored into his assessment of what type of program would be appropriate for Nikolas Cruz. And so, because the prosecution didn't know where this was going, they had taken his deposition, but this perhaps was a different type of question. They objected because it was going to be based in part on hearsay. Perhaps it wasn't relevant to what he was doing. And his last answer was, I wouldn't have necessarily turned down those answers, but I would have given them to a specialist who would be able to provide a better answer. So the state withdrew their objection based on that. So now the defense will be able to ask all those questions in front of the jury, because it'll lead to an area where the state likely will follow up on cross and say, well, you didn't formulate any assessment based on those other factors. The fact of the matter is, though, the jury will have now heard from yet another witness that Nikolas Cruz's birth mother used and abused drugs and alcohol, but it's coming again from Linda Cruz, and we've heard other witnesses testify that Linda Cruz told them this, or they observed the birth mother doing this.
Right, so secondary information. And of course, they're establishing all of this. They're even showing pictures, talking about the size and the shape of his head and his ears, and then down the road, we believe that we'll hear from an expert witness who can talk about signs of fetal alcohol spectrum disorder, and whether or not he suffered from that, and whether or not that played a role in his behavior, his violent tendencies.
And that's the expert that these questions should be directed at, but they're laying the foundation and the groundwork to get to that expert.
All right, they're taking a quick break. What did they say, about 10 minutes?
About 10 minutes.
We'll see what happens. We'll be back. You won't miss a second. Welcome back. We are on defense witness number 6 after a brief break. I'm Janine Stanwood alongside our legal analyst, David Weinstein. He is a family therapist from Coral Springs Elementary School, and the state's been talking to him about his background and his knowledge of Nikolas Cruz. So let's take a listen.
A few more questions. Did Linda ever, can you hear me, sir? He's on mute. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. Did you ever have any conversations with Linda Cruz about Nick's birth mother?
I did, yes.
Can you tell me what she told you about the birth mother, please?
Her communication was verbal only. She didn't give anything in writing. But she said that his birth mother was an addict when he was born, and that she was addicted to several substances.
Okay.
She was not specific.
Okay. And based on that information, what did you do with that information? Well, what did you do with that information?
I use that as part of my referral because that is beyond the scope of, it's certainly beyond the scope of my expertise as far as evaluation or coming up with a treatment plan. So I use that as part of my referral to get proper neuropsychological and psychiatric, and to communicate the results to the school system.
Okay. Now, you have a specific recollection of that conversation with Ms. Cruz?
Yes.
Okay. Did you later hear information in the news about the birth mother?
I did.
Okay. That was independent of what you had learned from Linda Cruz directly?
Yes.
Okay. Sir, I don't have any other questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, state cross-examination whenever you're ready. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Newnam. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. Good afternoon.
I'd like to go over some of the things that were asked of you by Ms. McNeil. One of the things you talked about was the difference between a family counselor and a therapist. Is it fair to say that for all intents and purposes, but for school purposes, you were a therapist?
No. I was referred to as a counselor, family counselor specifically, as were my colleagues.
Okay, and you were dealing with school issues, correct?
Correct.
Okay, you weren't dealing with the home issues like a therapist would, correct?
I in my capacity as family counselor, I was dealing in a limited capacity with home issues.
Such as his behavior?
Yes.
Okay, so when you talk about EBD, emotional behavior disorder, that can be maladaptive behaviors?
Yes.
Okay. So it could include pushing children, for example, in class?
If that were a pattern, yes.
Okay. And that's really important in whether or not a person has emotional behavior disorders if they have a pattern of things like maladaptive behaviors such as hitting other students, hitting teachers, perhaps throwing things at teachers, breaking things in a classroom setting, for example?
Correct.
Okay. And disrupting classrooms by cursing, for example?
Correct.
Okay. Did the defendant do all of those things in elementary school or not?
He did all of those things at Carl Springs Elementary. Yes.
But if you're doing it in a classroom setting, and certainly I'm not disagreeing with anything how the school classifies things. If you're doing it in a classroom setting of such behaviors as hitting, throwing things, breaking things, in a school setting, it can be taken care of, hopefully, in a school setting by qualified professionals such as yourself, ESE teachers, and the whole IEP team, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that's the goal, that you're trying to change those behaviors, correct?
Yes.
Now, over the many years that the defendant was with you at the elementary school, there were some changes, I think you testified, in his plan, the IEP, Individual Education Plan, correct?
Yes.
And those changes that are they made by a committee?
Yes, they are.
Okay, so even though you were an important part of the defendant's day or an important person in his school life, it wasn't your decision to make alone as to whether or not he would get more services, less services. It could be 2 hours a week of family counseling or 1 hour a week or a half hour, whatever it is, that wouldn't be your decision alone to make, correct?
Correct.
But you would be part of the IEP team to make these decisions, correct?
Correct.
And all these decisions are made in the best interest of the child, correct?
Yes.
Now, being in this cluster, is this a more restrictive environment than the general education center and the rest of the school?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so least restrictive environment, those 3 words, they're very important, aren't they, in the school system?
Yes.
Okay, and so it's a guiding principle, isn't it, in exceptional student education of having the least restrictive environment that can safely teach the child and also for safety of other students, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so a decision was made that the defendant should not be in the least most restrictive environment, but in the cluster environment that you've spoken about, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And as he did better in school, the IEP committee met, correct?
Yes.
And they made a decision to partially mainstream him to some general education classes. And this is, I'm talking elementary school, right?
Yes.
Okay. And did you agree with those decisions at the time?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And in fact, and again, this is a group decision. It's not your decision. It's a group decision that the group of experts, or people who are qualified, I should say, to make those decisions at the school, they do it in the best interest of the child for the least restrictive environment, correct?
Correct.
And best interest of a child is also very important in the school setting, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so best interest of child means you're making decisions not for the convenience of the teachers or the administration. You're required under federal and state law to make decisions in the best interest of that child. Yes?
That's correct.
Okay. And so you had an obligation, didn't you, when the defendant was doing better, to partially mainstream him, didn't you?
I had an obligation to communicate my any information I got to that regard to the committee. Yes.
And you're absolutely right, because it wasn't your decision to mainstream him or partially mainstream. It was the committee's decision, correct?
Correct.
So let me be more precise in my question, and that is the committee had an obligation to partially mainstream him if he met the standards, these objective standards and goals. Am I correct then?
Yes.
Okay. Equally, was he partially mainstreamed and then fully mainstreamed?
I don't recall if he was fully mainstreamed.
Oh, you're not aware if he actually was fully mainstreamed?
I'm not aware of the hours, the hours that he spent, whether it was a full day, 3/4 day, half day. I'm not clear on that.
Okay. Aside from the individual education plans that were put together, you don't have your individual notes, and I'm not faulting you because this was many years ago. You don't have, to refresh your memory, the individual notes that you would have generated from back then on Nikolas Cruz, do you?
No, I do not.
Okay, so you're doing the best you can with your memory, for the most part, correct?
I hope so, yes.
Okay. So when the defendant, you know that he was partially mainstreamed at least. It's possible he was fully mainstreamed. You're not sure, but you do know that he was back full time into the cluster, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So again, the committee would have to meet, correct?
Correct.
They would have to evaluate his performance, correct?
Yes.
And do what's in his best interest, and keep in mind that it should be in the least restrictive environment, correct?
Yes.
And they made the decision that he needed to go back into the cluster, correct?
Yes.
Now, you had indicated that, and I wasn't sure if you were criticizing Linda Cruz or just making observations about her follow-up or her performance in her position as the mother of an ESC student. Were you being critical of her or no?
I was providing my observations.
And was your observations critical of her? I couldn't figure it out. Was it critical or not?
There was no evaluation in my answer. It was merely my observations of what occurred.
Okay, we'll come back to that in a little bit. You mentioned that he had to wear a harness on the bus, correct?
Correct.
Why did he have to wear a harness?
It was, generally speaking, it's for the safety of the student. In his specific case, I can't answer. I don't recall.
Well, a harness is used to control the student, wouldn't it?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. The witness just said he didn't know why Mr. Cruz had a harness.
Well, I think I can explore that.
Who said he didn't know?
Okay, if he knows the reason for a harness, you can ask him.
Would a harness control the movements of a student in a bus?
Generally speaking, yes.
Not every student is required to wear a harness in a bus, are they?
No.
Were you aware of misbehavior on a bus by Mr. Nikolas Cruz as a child, or do you recall that?
I recall some difficulties on the bus, yes.
Now, you had made a comment about inconsistent progress, or progress inconsistent, correct? And is how you would characterize the defendant's performance throughout his time at your school?
Correct.
And you said he had success in the cluster, and sometime he had success outside the cluster, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So if he was experiencing success in the cluster, that is why you'd have to look at least partially mainstreaming him, correct?
Yes.
You mentioned medication, correct?
Yes.
And was that ADH medication?
I recall it being a specific medication.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure you answered my question. Do you know if it was ADH medication?
It was medication prescribed for ADHD. Yes.
Okay, thank you. You indicated that you first met the mom and dad when they were looking at your school and other schools for a suitable program. Is that correct?
Yes.
And they were certainly interested in trying to find the best school for their son, correct?
I believe so.
When you did counseling with the defendant, was it because you're counseling a kindergartner, was his mother there often?
No.
Okay, it was always just you and the defendant, or was it sometimes with the mother as well?
It was never to the best of my recollection, it was never with the mother. If it was maybe one time, not on a consistent basis.
Do you recall saying that the parent or guardian would sometimes come in and we would have a session together in a deposition with me?
Yes.
Okay, so that's what I'm talking about. Can you explain that? How did it work with a 6-year-old trying to have a session, and when would you have a parent there? And I'm talking about Nikolas Cruz, not in general.
I'm afraid I don't have enough of a recollection of that specific session or a couple of sessions to give you an answer.
Okay. Do you remember making a statement and referencing page 11 of deposition that you gave on January 21st, 2022? And I'm doing this to refresh your recollection. Do you have access to that with you now?
I do not, no.
Okay. Page 11 on line 14. And so my question then was, and so how are the counseling services done, administered? Was it with his mother or him alone or both? And your answer was both. And so my next question was, so I assume you would gather history from his mother? Answer was yes. And then I asked, do you have the notes of your actual counseling services? And you said you do not. At time of the deposition, you indicated it was with both. Does that help refresh your recollection? And I know you can't give us the precise counseling notes of each session, and I'm trying to get an answer in general, if you can, about how you do it with a 6-year-old, gathering history from the mother. Does that refresh your recollection at all or not?
Yes.
Okay, what can you tell me about that?
How it would work would be, as far as gathering history, that would not be done with the child in the room.
Okay. And because you did mention that you had talked with her at the school, unscheduled or perhaps scheduled at times, you would see her and see Mrs. Cruz anyway, correct?
Yes.
And you knew Zachary Cruz as well, correct?
Yes.
And I think you did counseling, but he wasn't officially on your caseload, is that correct?
I was asked by Mrs. Cruz to see Zachary informally. So I did that, I think, a handful of times.
Okay. And this case isn't about Zachary, but sometimes it is. So is it fair to say that Zachary was also a difficult child?
Difficult in the home and community setting, yes.
Okay. So he was difficult at home and difficult in the community, correct?
Correct.
And the difficulties in the home were with the mother and his brother, correct?
Yes.
He would instigate trouble with his brother?
Yes.
And he would instigate trouble with his mother, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, this isn't like Leave It to Beaver trouble. This is real trouble, like complete defiance of his mother, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Nikolas Cruz was, at times, defiant of his mother, correct?
Correct.
And you indicated that she was in real fear of her children, wasn't she?
At times, yes.
Okay. And you would indicate that as a single parent, she was overwhelmed with 2 very difficult children, correct?
Correct.
And she was always seeking the advice and help of a professional at the school and in the community, wasn't she?
Yes.
And you referred her for various evaluations and for in-home counseling services, correct?
Yes.
Now, is it your testimony today that she didn't follow up with those services?
She was inconsistent.
Do you remember making a statement different in that deposition? And I'm referring to page 16, line 15 through 17. I'm sorry you don't have it with you. I would show it to you if I was told you would have the deposition. The question was, and do you know if she followed up with those services? And the answer was, yes, she did.
Yes, that was my answer, and it remains my answer today. She did follow up, but it was inconsistent.
Okay, so today you're adding the word inconsistent to yes, she did. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Nevertheless, you have no doubt she was a caring mother, correct?
Correct.
And loving to both children despite their difficulties with her, correct?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that anyone would be overwhelmed by these two brothers because of their behaviors?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Now, don't take my question as I'm questioning what you did for them, because I just want to tell you I'm not, okay? You had the opportunity to be with them as their family counselor for many years, I guess 6 years. Excuse me, not them, but Nikolas Cruz, correct?
Yes.
And yet, the progress was inconsistent at best, correct?
Correct.
So she faced, just like you did, very challenging children that both of you had mixed results at best, correct?
Yes.
Now, do you know who Dr. Kravitz is, Frederick Kravitz?
I do not recall.
Were you aware, and this is during the time period that you were family or the counselor, that Linda Cruz took the defendant to see a psychologist, Dr. Kravitz, from April 07 to May 21st of 2008, and I just want to, so April 07 to May 08, and just to refresh everyone's recollection, you were with him from 05 to 11, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So would you agree that her taking Nikolas Cruz to a psychologist from April 26, 07 to May 21st, 08 would be in line with your recommendation, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know who Dr. Lori Karpf is, a medical doctor psychiatrist?
I don't recall that name, no.
Are you aware that during the time from June 25th, 08 through December 18th, 2011, so those would, I believe, be within your years of service of Nikolas Cruz, that the defendant was seeing a psychiatrist? Are you aware of that?
No, I was not.
Okay. Would that be consistent with the advice that you had given to Mrs. Cruz?
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware that in October of 08, the defendant and his brother were taken to, or were part of Tomorrow's Rainbow? Are you familiar with Tomorrow's Rainbow?
Yes.
And that's grief counseling, correct?
Correct.
And that would be consistent with your recommendations to Mrs. Cruz, correct?
Yes.
Were you aware that from October 09 to December 09, Mrs. Cruz arranged for Henderson Behavioral Clinic to see the defendant at home for in-home therapy. Were you aware of that?
I was aware of that they provided in-home counseling, yes.
Okay. And those services I just told you about, those were all in his elementary years, correct?
Correct.
And those various services, all those services would be very much in line with the recommendations that you were making. Correct?
Correct, yes.
The defendant enjoyed counseling with you, didn't he?
I believe so.
He enjoyed the attention it gives him, correct?
Correct.
Would you agree that his mother was very protective of him?
Yes.
You never detected any substance like alcohol or anything like that with Linda Cruz, did you?
Not in my interactions with her, no.
Okay. You would consult with the ESE teachers and the speech pathologists, correct?
Correct.
And the purpose of that was what?
To gather information outside of my direct interactions with the student.
And this led you to believe that the defendant was receiving the best services available to him at that school?
Yes.
And of course, we know how the story ended on February 14th, 2018, correct?
Yes.
Was there anything in your work with the defendant that gave you any indication that something like this could ever happen?
No.
You were asked about the birth mother by Miss McNeil, and I think it was your testimony that she was an addict when she was born, or when he was born. That the mother was addicted to several substances at the time that Nikolas was born. Is that what you believed you were told?
Correct, yes.
Were you ever made aware that, do you know what a meconium drug screen is at birth?
I've heard of it. I don't know specifics.
Do you know that it tests to see if the baby has any drugs in his system?
Yes.
And are you aware that since it's the meconium that they're testing, it goes back, I won't say exactly how long, but it goes back a certain time in the past that it measures to see if there was drugs in the baby's system?
Again, I don't know specifics.
Would it have assisted your evaluation if you had learned that the drug screen was negative, that there was no drugs found in in Nikolas Cruz's system when he was born?
I can't answer that based on my memory.
Well, you said it would be important to know if the mother was an addict using drugs at the time of at or around the time the baby was born. Would the opposite also be of value to you that she wasn't using drugs during the time of the birth or near the time of the birth, going back a time. Would that have assisted you?
It may have.
Okay. Would it have assisted you to know that there was no observable, excuse me, let me start over. Did you ever look at the birth records?
Those were not ever provided to me, no.
Would it have assisted you in your therapy if you had found out that there was no observed abnormalities in Nikolas Cruz when he was born?
It may have assisted my recommendations.
Would it have assisted your recommendations if you'd known that his APGAR scores were normal? Do you know what APGAR scores are?
I know the acronym. I can't tell you what it is, though.
Okay. When they rate a baby at the time of his birth, his heart rate being normal, his respiratory effort, muscle tone, reflex irritability, color, but overall his scores were 8 and 9, 8 at 1 minute, 9 at 5 minutes out of 10, where 7, 8, or 9 are normal. Did you know that?
I did not know that.
Okay. Did you know that his only resuscitation was being suctioned by a bulb and having oxygen mask placed on his face? Did you know that? Was that told to you? And would that be important in your evaluation?
No, that was not told to me.
Okay. Were you ever told that he had to be brought back to life at birth? Did anyone ever tell you that?
No.
No. Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Newnam. Appreciate your time. That's all the questions I have.
Sir, I just want to follow up on a couple things that Mr. Marcus asked you. He advised you that Nikolas was seeing a clinical psychologist by the name of Dr. Kravitz, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that Dr. Kravitz, he saw him about 13 months.
Yes.
Okay. And did you know that Dr. Kravitz had actually recommended that Nikolas see him every single week during that period of 13 months?
No.
So that would be over 52 sessions with Dr. Kravitz. Would you agree with that?
Would I agree with what?
That if Nikolas saw Dr. Kravitz for over 12 months, almost 13 months, that at a minimum that would be 52 sessions with Dr. Kravitz, if Dr. Kravitz was saying you need to come once a week?
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware that Linda only took Nikolas to see that clinical psychologist 15 times?
No.
Okay. So that would be kind of the inconsistency that you were talking about. Is that right?
Partially, yes.
Okay. And the Tomorrow's Rainbow that you're aware of, the grief counseling?
Yes.
Were you aware that she didn't take them to grief counseling until 4 years after Roger's death?
I was not aware of the timeline.
Okay. And Mr. Marcus told you about Henderson coming in and doing some case management and providing some therapeutic services. You said you were aware of that, though, correct?
Yes.
Were you aware that Linda discontinued those services after 7 sessions?
I was aware that the services were short-lived.
Is that kind of like the inconsistency that you were referring to before, sir?
Yes.
And would you agree that by definition, emotionally, behaviorally handicapped child, that means that the aggressive behavior that they exhibit is actually a manifestation of internal factors? as defined by the ESE policies for Broward County.
I believe so, yes.
I have no further questions, sir. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, sir. You're excused.
You can go, sir.
Okay, members of the jury, we're going to recess for the evening. I'll see you all back here tomorrow at 9 a.m. Please remember, do not discuss the case with anyone, including your friends and family members. Please leave your notepads behind, and other than that, have a safe drive home. Thank you. Yes?
So in our schedules that we got before we broke for 2 weeks,
Yes.
it said that Thursday was a half day.
Yes.
And Friday we would have off. Is that
That's
true?
correct.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
So today was another very busy day for the defense. We heard from the director of an early learning center who saw the shooter from the time he was a baby. We also just heard from this elementary school counselor who talked about the troubles that he had as a young man, that he had lack of eye contact, fearfulness, inconsistent progress with some of the things that he was given. Let's listen.
You know, about the deposition.
Right.
And you said we're limited to an hour?
Yes?
Well, let me just say this then. The defense for our expert, who's going to be scheduled for 8 hours on Friday, has been deposed twice before. And now, you know, you're limiting us to an hour?
Well, I thought that's how much you said you wanted. You
No,
needed.
Nicole said that's how much she needed for, and that's why I came back this morning to tell you if we couldn't do 3 after I looked at all the stuff. It was given. His PowerPoint, Dr. Connors, is completely different than the original PowerPoint. His new one is 56 pages. I forget, but there were nowhere near 56 in his first.
Okay, would you please provide me with a copy of what the original PowerPoint and the new PowerPoint so that I can have some kind of an idea of what you're talking about?
Sure.
Because I thought it was just a few things that needed to be explored.
Okay, are you going to also limit the defense on Friday to an hour with our expert?
It's not a redeposition. It's not a redeposition. It's a continued deposition to explore things that have not been explored yet. He has not been asked questions about certain things that he's done. Because this was one of the gentlemen that did a 3-day evaluation on Mr. Cruz.
Okay, I will consider deviating from the time limit if you all can give me some kind of an idea of what you're looking at so that I can better understand.
I'll be happy to do it, but also with Dr. Connor, when I finished his deposition way back, I think in March of, I said, if you do anything else, you realize I'm going to have to redepose you. He said, yes. So that's no different, and we have never objected to them continuing for hours and hours and hours of deposition of our experts.
Okay, do this. Have a look at what exactly it is that you're going to be dealing with, and then give me an idea of a time frame, and I will consider amending the order.
Okay, I can say it's probably not going to be any more than 3 hours.
Okay.
So, Judge, next Wednesday I requested that we start at 10:30 because it's the first day of school.
That's
maybe
fine.
You can start at noon and then you can have Wednesday morning.
Have no, what?
And then maybe you can have Wednesday morning the 31st. Because we were going to start, she was going to allow us to start a little bit later so I could, for my kids' first day of school.
Okay, why don't you all get together, talk realistically. I also put in or at a time, convenient to both sides, so long as it doesn't interfere with the trial schedule, something to that effect. So just give me an idea of what it is that you need, and I will reconsider the hour.
All right, Aaron, you have to, I'll give you the both hour.
Okay.
You want me to do that tomorrow morning? Is that okay?
That's fine, sure.
also a few schedule things that they are going over, including depositions for Friday, a possible scheduling change for next week because the lead defense attorney, her child has to go to school. So these are just sort of the typical scheduling things that happen when court is in session. Of course, today, as we mentioned, we heard from these three witnesses, the director of the Early Learning Center, an elementary school counselor, and a family friend, painting a picture of who the shooter was as a young man. The defense, of course, is saying that he had a troubled childhood, that he had some unaddressed mental issues. But of course, the state in their cross for all of these witnesses had said, listen, he was partially mainstreamed, for example, in elementary school. Things were done on his best interest. And this was not pointing the finger at this elementary school counselor, but saying this was a group decision that was made. And he still ended up doing what he did on February 14th, 2018. We also saw some photographs of the defendant at a young age from the time that he was starting off elementary school all throughout. Again, we heard from that director of the Early Learning Center talking about the shooter when he was just 1 and 2 years old and some of the problems that she had with him. She mentioned also building the foundation to the defense, likely talking about fetal alcohol syndrome, the size of his head, the size of his ears, how things just weren't right in her observation. These were not expert witnesses. These were witnesses who could talk about their interaction with him as a child. So a lot more to see. And of course, the question is, what is the jury's reaction to all of this? We did, of course, see some parents and some loved ones in the courtroom today, some of them looking nonplussed, some of them looking a little disgusted. So it's got to be an interesting situation for them and the jury, who, of course, have to be unanimous in their decision to decide death. We will be back tomorrow when all of this gets underway at approximately 9 a.m. You won't miss a minute.